Good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. It is 9:21 p.m. Central, 10:21 Eastern on your Tuesday evening, March 22nd, 2022. We are watching some severe weather across central Alabama. This evening, we have a tornado warning that is now in effect for St. Clair County. For Shelby County. This is an observed tornado, and it continues to move off to the northeast. Now, we just got an update from the National Weather Service, and they are discussing the fact that it looks like maybe it has lifted. They are not seeing a debris signature at the moment. So that was at 10:17, 9:17. So that was about 5 minutes ago. They were talking about it. Looks like that maybe it has lifted, but the warning remains in effect. And this is going to be over there toward Birmingham, just south of Birmingham, places like Alabaster. And if it stays together, eventually over there on the eastern side or southeastern side on 280 near Chelsea. But again, that is a tornado warning for the south side of Birmingham, south of 459. If the tornado is still there, it is just to the west of I-65, maybe a little bit to the west and northwest of Alabaster. Now, that storm will not affect you in East Alabama or West Georgia. That'll continue moving on off to the northeast and may eventually get up there in the north of the Anniston-Oxford area between Anniston and Gadsden, if that storm holds together and continues to produce that possible tornado this evening. But that's a long way down the road, and we would not anticipate that particular storm to hold together that long. So let's go back and put the reflectivity on, and we'll welcome those of you who are listening to us via radio. WFAZ, God's Country, 90.9, and WJHO, 89.7, The Classic, across East Alabama and West Georgia. And those of you watching us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and at drdonwx.com. So they have just canceled that tornado warning for Shelby County, Alabama. They're talking about weak convergence. The original circulation has occluded, and they are canceling that warning. So that's good news for those of you over there in central Alabama in Shelby County. The National Weather Service just canceling that tornado warning. But you can see we have an absolute mess out there tonight. I'm telling you, when I say it's raining from Birmingham all the way down to Demopolis and even on into southwest Alabama, folks, I'm not kidding with you. This is copious amounts of rain, and it's not moving very fast. So we're seeing rain totals of 2 to 3 and some localized reports of 4 inches of rain in the areas where it's been raining all afternoon. And that's going to continue throughout the remainder of the night. This is a slow-moving front. So when you see those oranges and the reds, it is really coming down. These storms are very proficient in their production rates of rainfall this evening. So we're seeing just a tremendous amount of rain out there. And if you'll look real close, and I'll zoom in a little bit for you, you can actually see one strip there of purples and maybe some light blues mixed in. And that's just, that's almost 100% saturation in the column there. That's just incredible rainfall. We look at some of the DBZ output here. I know that don't mean anything to most of you, but that tells you the amount of reflectivity coming back to the radar site because the water droplets are so dense. That's how much of the radio signal that goes away from the radar actually returns to the radar. We're looking at 56 dBZs there, and that's high. Compared to over here in the green where you got 13, you can see there almost 60 dBZs of return back to the radar site there. So that's That's pretty significant stuff right there. And I can tell you that if you're under that little area there of the pink and the purple, if you put your hand out in front of your face, you'd have a hard time seeing it. It's raining so hard in that area. Whoop, there was a 60 right there, down there to the northeast of Brent, Alabama. So just incredible rainfall amounts taking place across central Alabama this evening. And all of that is moving on off to the east and will eventually work its way into East Alabama. Let's just go over here and take a look at East Alabama. At the moment, we have a few small showers trying to get going over there. And southeast Clay County and southwest Randolph. We'll zoom in a little closer for you there, and you can see that we have heavy rain in places like Mountain Community, Cooley Crossroads, over there in southwestern Randolph County from the Clay County line all the way back over to Wadley. Some light rain on 22 from Wadley all the way back over to Roanoke. But this is not even the main show here. These are showers that are popping up out there in front of this line of thunderstorms. So if you're in East Alabama or West Georgia this evening, what you're going to expect is going to be a tremendous amount of rain, some thunder and lightning, maybe some gusty winds from time to time, and there is a low-end severe weather threat for East Alabama. Not trying to minimize it by no means, but the better chances for severe weather will be along and west of I-65. All of East Alabama and West Georgia is, the severe weather threat will be along and west of I-65. I think I said east. That's incorrect. And then along and east of I-65, which is where all of East Alabama and West Georgia is located. The threat is not zero for severe weather, but it's much lower than what we've seen this afternoon across West Alabama and back into Mississippi. So you can't completely let your guard down. I know a lot of folks are getting ready to think about turning in for the night, and you hear me say this all the time, and tonight is a case in point. Make sure that you have a way of receiving severe weather information during the overnight hours, and in a lot of cases, your best option there would be a NOAA weather radio, because those jokers will wake you up. Trust me, they will, if they issue a warning for your area while you're asleep. So it's a good idea to have one of those radios if you don't already. We're just now getting started with our severe weather season this year, so go by one of your box stores and pick up a NOAA weather radio. They're real easy to program now, and could very well save your life during times of severe weather. That's what we're looking at. I just wanted to give you an update before some of you turn in this evening. Still a tremendous amount of rainfall, stretching from Birmingham back down to around Clanton, and then that tails off to the southwest down to around Demopolis. Let me go to the composite. So we'll take that off and we'll switch radars here so you can see the overall scope of things here. No question, the heaviest weather right now seems to be taking place in the Birmingham area as far as rain and thunderstorms. Then we've got a little bit of lull in the action back into southwest Alabama. It was pretty active down there earlier. At the current time, we do have a tornado warning down here near just to the east of Dauphin Island. That will be, this is in the bay just north of Fort Morgan. So that is a tornado warning. So for places inland like Fairhope and also Loxley, Daphne, Robertsdale, all of those folks down there need to pay very close attention to this. Again, that is would be a water spout right now, but would be a tornado once it made it on land. Let's just look at the verbiage here right quick. They're saying a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles northeast of Fort Morgan, or 7 miles east of Dauphin Island, moving north at around 45 miles per hour. So I know we have a lot of folks who vacation down there and watch us even when they're down there on the coast. So passing that along to you. It's moving away from the coastal areas there where most of you vacation. But if you happen to be inland, up there, like I said, around Fairhope or Daphne or back over toward Loxley, you need to pay attention to that one very closely. So we'll zoom back out and go back. Now, you folks down here in southwest Alabama, you may be breathing a sigh of relief here because that initial line has moved through. And so you're thinking maybe this is over with for us, but I'm afraid it's not. If you look back over here in Mississippi, we have more storms forming. And they're kind of expecting things to re-intensify down here in southwest Alabama as we go through the overnight. Those of you who have been paying attention to news this evening have already seen that we had a very large and appears to be a very violent tornado come right through downtown New Orleans. Earlier this evening, I think it was at around 7 p.m., and there's a tremendous amount of damage down there in New Orleans from this line of storms that is now between New Orleans and Biloxi, Mississippi, and that will eventually work into southwest Alabama. So it's not over with yet for our friends down there in southwest Alabama. The main thing to be concerned about across central Alabama and east Alabama would be this area. They're just south of Birmingham. And just bear with me, and I'll show you the main areas to be concerned about as we move forward for the rest of the night. You see that everything inside that circle right there, that's where the strongest storms have been over the last couple of hours or so. And while the individual storms are moving northeast, the entire system is moving off to the east-northeast. So the storms you see in Birmingham right now will not come through East Alabama, but new storms down here on the southern flank of this line will form over the next hour or so, and that's what will end up rotating through East Alabama and West Georgia as we go through the remainder of the night. So we're going to pause for just a second and let our radio stations go back to regular programming. Again, I just wanted to kind of jump in here and give everybody an update. We did have a tornado warning there just south of Birmingham. That has been canceled. It was replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, and that does cover, let me give this to you right quick before we let our radio stations break away. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is for central Shelby County in central Alabama. This is in effect until 10:15. A severe line of storms was located over American Village or over Montevallo, over there at the University of Montevallo, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail is going to be the main threat with this line of storms. But again, understand that this is the same area that produced the tornado warnings back off to the west and southwest earlier this afternoon. So this particular area of the storm seems to have been kind of ramping up, and then it'll weaken and it'll ramp back up again. So I'm going to have to watch this one pretty close as it now begins to move into East Alabama. So Talladega County is the point I'm trying to make. You need to pay close attention to what's happening off to your west because this band of storms will be moving in to Talladega County within an hour or so. Let's just run. Let's see if we can. Bear with me just 1 second. Let's see if we can run this right quick and get some approximate times on it. Okay, it's not cooperating. Let's try one other option here. Okay, I see why it's not working. Stand by one. Okay, so here's some times on this. We're looking at Columbiana by about 9:51, Wilsonville around 10:06, Harpersville about 10:16, Childersburg around 10:20, Vincent around 10:21. So we're probably looking at about an hour and 15 minutes before it would make it into Talladega, Sylacauga, Childersburg area. So just pay attention to it. If you're in Talladega County, you're not under any warnings right now. As a matter of fact, you're not even in the tornado watch. That stops right there on your county line. But you do have some pretty active weather back over there just south of Alabaster that's moving in your general direction toward Talladega County. So with that, I'm going to pause for about 10 seconds and let our radio stations go back to regular programming. And I'll come back and answer any questions you may have in the chat room. You have been listening to live severe weather updates from Dr. Don's Weather. We'll be back in just a moment. So the National Weather Service is just cleaning up their tornado watch outline area there a little bit. They just canceled the tornado watch for Hale and Tuscaloosa. They are continuing the tornado watch for Marengo. They're also continuing the tornado watch for Autauga, Bibb, Blount, Chilton, Dallas, Jefferson, Lowndes, Perry, Shelby, St. Clair County until 11 p.m. this evening. They've also recently issued a flash flood warning for Jefferson and Walker counties, and they extend the aerial flood advisory to include Hale County. Lots of flooding out there this evening, and I really think that may end up being more of a story for East Alabama than severe weather, though we cannot completely rule out a heavy to severe thunderstorm across East Alabama and West Georgia. This is going to slowly evolve into a more of a flood threat for East Alabama and West Georgia, I believe. It's just that now we have showers that's popping up ahead of the main line, which will help which will help stabilize the atmosphere even more before that main line of storms actually makes it into our area. So. Again, the severe threat is certainly not zero across East Alabama and West Georgia, but it is a low-end threat as we go through the remainder of this event this evening. So let me go up here and see if you guys have any specific questions about things. Beverly Smith says, just tuned in. How's Alexander City? Well, everything looks pretty good in Alexander City right now. You got some thunderstorms rumbling up there in eastern Clay and western Randolph, but nothing much going on in Tallapoosa County at the moment. A few showers popping up over in Chambers. The main show, though, is still well off to your west, Alexander City, so we're looking at probably another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours before the main line makes it into the Alexander City area. And if there's going to be any severe weather, and I say that with a huge if, that's where we would expect it to happen, is during that main line of storm. So what is it, 9:39, 9:40 now? Between 11 and 11:30 before this line makes it into the Alexander City area, I believe. I have not seen any discussion on whether or not they're going to extend the tornado watch further east. I don't expect they will, but that's the Severe Storms Forecast Center and the National Weather Service in Birmingham makes that decision. Just going off of the research I've done and what I'm looking at, I don't see I don't see enough of a threat of a tornado across East Alabama to continue the watch that much further to the east. Now, having said that, one of the things that's different about this particular setup is, even though we don't have any low-level instability, we don't have we've got, this is a very dynamic system. So there are a lot of things going on here, and sometimes a very dynamic system such as this can overcome the fact that there are no thermodynamics. There's no heating of the day. There's no ground level instability here. So this is a very potent system, especially elevated. So sometimes these storms can overcome that and still continue to be strong, even in areas where we wouldn't expect it to be. So this is a fluid situation, really, and we're going to have to watch and see how it goes. But I would be a little bit surprised if they were to extend the tornado watch much further to the east. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that much if maybe they come over one county, one more tier of counties, maybe over to Talladega and Coosa County. But I just wouldn't expect it to come much further east than that. But we'll see. We'll watch this over the next couple of hours and see what happens. Daphne, Alabama, Heather, there's a tornado warning down there. We were just looking at that. I'll go back down. I'm going to have to switch out of this, though, and go to the composite so we can see the the Mobile radar. But we have a tornado warning down here. That thing's just about to come out of the Mobile Bay and will be back on shore. So in the direct path of this tornado would be Fairhope. It's probably going to move between Daphne and Robertsdale on the projected path. It's going to be close. So if I'm in Daphne, I think I'm certainly going to go through my tornado evacuation drill to be just on the safe side. So if you are down there, or if you know someone who lives in Daphne, Fairhope, Robertsdale, even up here around I-10, be sure and call them and make sure they know what's going on down there. That's well out of our coverage area, but we have so many folks who live in East Alabama and West Georgia that frequent this area on vacation. We do pay attention to it. So, yes, tornado warning now in effect, and that would cover places such as Daphne and Fairhope down there in South Alabama along the Alabama Gulf Coast. Back over to Birmingham. And again, folks, this is just a mess out there tonight. We're talking copious amounts of rain. Earlier, we saw a solid, look up in North Alabama. You have a solid shield of rain from the Georgia state line all the way back to the Mississippi state line, and that is heavy rainfall. Earlier this evening, that's what the entire western side of the state of Alabama looked like. So we have seen a little bit of a decrease in the coverage area. But along this main line right here, we still have tremendous amounts of rainfall occurring, and all those green boxes you see, those are all flood warnings that have been issued by the Weather Service in the wake of this line of storms. I'll put it in motion for you to kind of see how it's moving. This stuff over here in Randolph, moving almost due north, that's well out in advance of the main line. And then the line of storms moving to the northeast, while the entire system is very slowly moving off to the east. Gunnersville, Arab area, yeah, just a tremendous amount of rain. Don't see anything severe that may affect you up there, but a lot of rain, thunder and lightning, and certainly some gusty winds. Waverly, yeah, you're in front of the storm, so you've got this entire line to go. So you're going to get a mixed bag of weather. Again, I think you're in the area where severe threats would be less than what we've seen over in West Alabama. But we'll see as this line continues to progress and move across the state of Alabama. Yeah, so I think that that's Miss Vivian asking that question. I can't tell who it is, Miss Vivian, because you need to allow Restream to attach to your Facebook account. Like, let me do something right quick, folks. You can go to, if you're on Facebook, you can click on that link I just posted. This is only for Facebook. You can click on that link that I just posted in the chat room, and allow Restream to attach to your Facebook account, and then I will be able to see who you are when you ask questions in the chat room. That's only for Facebook users. You folks over on YouTube do not have to go through that process. But Miss Vivian, yes, that rain that you just had is not the main line, so there is more coming, to answer your question specifically. Okay, Heather, just make sure they know what's going on. I'm sure they do, but just double check and make sure that they understand there's a tornado down there in the Mobile Bay. Should be on land by now, but it's moving in their general direction. Spanish Fort should be a little bit to the east of that tornado down there. But that whole part of Alabama now, central, southern Alabama, northwest Florida, it's going to be a stormy night for the remainder of the night. They've been going through a little lull in the last hour or so, but things will certainly pick back up down there again. Lots of rain in Clay County there, Sherry. That main line of storms still off to the west. So showers and thunderstorms coming in the next hour or so, maybe hour and a half. And then it's going to be just a stormy night. Again, we cannot completely rule out the possibility of severe weather across Clay or anywhere across East Alabama or West Georgia, but we don't think that is going to be a major threat across the area. So now the Birmingham Weather Service, National Weather Service office is issuing a flash flood warning for Shelby County in central Alabama. And let's see. All right, so the Storm Prediction Center. Let's see if we can switch to that right quick. The Storm Prediction Center has moved the enhanced risk further into Alabama. Look, the tornado probability. All right, so you will see that yellow area there in the middle of the screen. This is the area that the Storm Prediction Center is pegging to be the highest likelihood area of seeing a tornado. And you can see that stretches from about Marion, Alabama, down to around Jackson, and then to just north of Mobile. The yellow line that you see, that is the current tornado watch that's in effect. But that shaded in yellow area is the area of the highest likelihood of seeing a tornado over the next several hours. And then you'll see up here in East Alabama, we're in the green. That doesn't mean you're all good. It just means that the chance of seeing a significant tornado up here in East Alabama and West Georgia is much lower than what we would see back in southwest Alabama and south central Alabama for the remainder of the night. Yes, Rodney, we think that it will. It's actually kind of weak right now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there south of Birmingham, but the rest of that line there is just very heavy rainfall, lots of lightning and wind. I think we're going to see that in East Alabama. When you're asking, will it weaken? I think the threat of tornadoes will weaken as the line moves into East Alabama. It's a very slow mover. Kelly's asking the question, when will all this be moved out? It's a very slow mover. And if you'll look back over here in West Alabama, we have rain all the way back into eastern Mississippi. At the rate this stuff is moving, I think it'll be after sunrise before the last raindrop is done. I think we're looking at rain now across East Alabama and West Georgia. If it's not raining at your house right this moment, it probably will be within the next 30 to 45 minutes, whether it's from the main line or this stuff that's breaking out ahead of the main line. And then I think we'll continue to see showers and thunder showers for most of the remainder of the night. So probably after sunrise in the morning before it's completely done. How long till it gets to Talladega County? Well, it's in Talladega County now. It may not be raining at your house just yet. You may be over on the eastern side, but that's Talladega County right there. Basically, it's got a little bit of St. Clair County too, but basically that's Talladega County right there. So you can see there's rain already in the county. East Talladega. How'd I know that? Because it's not raining at your house just yet. So yeah, I'll zoom in. And there's Talladega, the city of Talladega right there. So you apparently are over here close to the Clay County line. So it's knocking on your door. The rain is. The heavy part of the line of thunderstorms is still back over toward Birmingham. So probably about an hour before that gets into Talladega proper. Same thing for Lafayette, Chad. Lots of rain, showers, thunderstorms, windy conditions, and a low-end severe weather threat for Lafayette. Yeah, Chance just posted a link there that will carry you over to some information about the tornado that went through New Orleans earlier this evening around 7 o'clock. I've actually seen, and I'm sure a lot of you have too, some video of that tornado. It was a very large wedge tornado. It was on the ground for sure in the Ninth Ward area. It looks like that there is significant damage in New Orleans proper, and then a lot of damage over on the eastern side of New Orleans this evening. So be thinking about those folks in your thoughts and prayers this evening. Pretty heavily populated area to be taking a direct hit from a large, what appeared to be a large, violent wedge tornado. Roanoke will be expecting rain, thunder, lightning, wind. Probably more rain than anything else. And the severe weather threat is not zero, but it's not high either. So if you live in Roanoke, if you live in Ashland, Lineville, Wedowee, Alexander City, Valley, Lafayette, LaGrange, Heard County, Carrollton, you live in any of those places I just mentioned, this line of thunderstorms will be moving through within the next couple of hours. Lots of rain, maybe some thunder and lightning, gusty winds. And we cannot completely rule out the possibility of a severe thunderstorm or even a quick, small spin-up tornadoes. But that threat, the severe threat, is low across East Alabama and West Georgia. Same for Newell. Okay, Amanda, where are you? I know you've posted several times, but it's impossible for me to keep up with where everybody's at. So, folks, when you post weather conditions, please give me a town so I know exactly where you're talking about. Same thing for Ranburn. Everything I just said applies to everywhere in East Alabama and West Georgia. Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Back at you. Valeria, thank you. I appreciate that. East Talladega. Yeah, I got you. Folks, I know you think I'll lose my mind sometimes because she was just talking about that, but it has been a day. I literally had about 4 hours sleep last night. I'm going to be up all night tonight, and there's so much more to doing this than just sitting down behind a computer and talking. I mean, there's 50 things going on. I'm trying to keep up with at the same time, and so it gets the tighter I get, the harder it is to keep up with everything at the same time. So I apologize for that, Amanda. But always, folks, when you post weather conditions, please make sure you post the name of the town, so that I can quickly reference it without having to scroll back up and see where you logged on from. Listen, Heather, I got places on this map didn't nobody know existed, and I'm going to show you. I'm on a case in point. Has anybody ever seen Frog Eye, Alabama on a radar map anywhere? There it is. Frog Eye, Alabama. That is Wilkinsville. Miss Mary. I'm surprised I have not seen her in here this evening just yet. Okay, flash flood warning for where? And whoever that is, I can't tell who you are. It just says Facebook user. Again, folks, if you will go to this link I'm about to post, if you will click on that link that I just posted, and allow Restream to connect to your Facebook account, then I will be able to see you. I'll be able to see who you are when you post. I don't know if it gives you that option when you log on to watch our live coverage or not, but I just posted it there in the chat room. So just click on that and allow Restream to connect to your Facebook account. That way I can see who you are. That is safe. That is a first. We're Dowie in the house. There's Royanne Hodges watching us out there in the metropolis, Dickert, Alabama. Good to see you, Miss Royanne. Yeah, rain showers in Mellow Valley. We got showers breaking out all across East Alabama, especially up there in northern Randolph County, right on the Randolph County-Cleburne County line, and then some scattered showers in Cleburne County. That's not part of the main line. Those are showers that are developing out ahead of the line. Now we got a heavy one developing right there over the city of Roanoke, maybe just a little bit south of Roanoke down there on the Chambers County, Randolph County line, and then again down there around at Stroud. All that's moving north, and then if you'll look to the left on the screen back over there, that's the main line. And that is moving into Talladega County and the extreme eastern edges of all this now beginning to reach into Clay County. We have a special weather statement that remains in effect. That's going to be for northern Chilton and southeastern Shelby, and maybe southwestern Talladega as well. Might not be a bad idea, Nick. Strap that roof down. Yeah, so just typically 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust, unless we have a severe thunderstorm that develops, and you could see higher gusts than that. But on average, we're talking 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gust. Yes, the main line will move over Randolph County. It is moving east. The individual storms are moving northeast. The entire system is moving east. So eventually, yes, the line of storms will move over all of East Alabama and West Georgia. It's a solid line, and it will move across the area. Thunder and lightning in Ashland. You are seeing this stuff down here in southern Talladega County. There's Ashland right there. And the closest lightning strike to you is down here on 231, south of Childersburg, right there at Sylacauga. But that will continue to increase as the storm gets closer and closer to you. Yeah, it's trying to rain over at Bud Cummins Road. That's that stuff down here in Chambers that's lifting to the north, so you probably will get a pretty good shower there in the next few minutes, but that is not the main line. That's just pop-up showers that are popping up out ahead of the main line. Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. I always like to compare what I say to what actually happens, and so we missed it by what? 8 minutes? I'll take that because I think I told you that a couple of hours ago. Well, let's see. Y'all throwing questions at me pretty quick now. Let me see if I can catch up. Yes, the storms are not. I mean, we don't have anything severe out there now, so they have already decreased in intensity. So we have no warnings other than that one just east of Alabaster, and that will not affect East Alabama. That will move north. That may get Talladega. We'll see. Let's see what the let me run something here right quick. Yeah, Harpersville at 1020 and Vincent around 1028. If it holds together, it might make it into Talladega. But back to your question, overall, we don't have a major severe outbreak taking place here anyway. So compared to what we had 2 hours ago, when we had several tornado warnings out there, it's already decreased in intensity. And as the storms continue moving east, we anticipate that it will continue to slowly weaken. But again, we cannot completely rule out the possibility of some severe weather as this one moves through. I just wouldn't anticipate a large outbreak of severe weather. Jacksonville, Alabama, up there in Gamecock country. Let's see. Just some rain up there right now. We'll watch this line as it moves through Birmingham. It'll eventually will come through Jacksonville also. Raining on County Road 87. Bottom just fell out at Miss Betty's house. Well, you're mostly welcome there, Waverly, Alabama. We appreciate you. Rome, Georgia. Yeah, you got some rain over there now. The heaviest part of this line really stretches from just southwest of Gadsden, and then goes all the way down into southwest Alabama. Um, the, the the air up here in northeast Alabama and northwest Georgia a little more stable than what we're seeing basically from about Birmingham south. So again, Rome, you're going to get showers and maybe some thunder from time to time, some heavy rainfall, but I would not anticipate a lot of severe weather. The further north you go, the less the chance is for severe weather tonight, too. And, you have to look at trends when you're dealing with something like this. And the trend has been we lost that tornado warning right after I started this feed. And so that was 46 minutes ago. We have not had a tornado warning in 46 minutes across central Alabama or north Alabama. So that's a good trend. Main line passes through Randolph County in. It's probably going to take another hour to an hour and a half before the main line comes into Randolph County. This is a very slow moving front. Now, you have individual storms that are running well out ahead of the main line that are forming right across the Alabama-Georgia state line and moving north. So you could have a shower or even a quick thunder shower in Randolph County or anywhere in East Alabama or West Georgia at any time now moving forward. But the main line, it's probably going to take another, hour and a half for it to get into Randolph County. Probably another hour before it's in Clay, Coosa, Tallapoosa. Another hour and a half before it really gets into Cleburne, Randolph, Chambers, Lee, and maybe a couple of hours before it actually starts to move into West Georgia. Well, Mark, I'm pegging my meter here. Let me, I can give you a little bit more, but if I go much more than that, I'm going to be in distortion. Maybe that'll help a little bit right there. I'm hoarse. That's probably why you can't hear me. My voice is just about fried. That's going to be an internet thing. You said the map is blurry. That's going to be an internet thing, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about that. We're pumping 100% on this end, so that's going to be an internet speed. Make sure that if you're watching on your phone and if you're on Wi-Fi connected to your house, if you've got anything else going on, that's eating up your bandwidth. If you're streaming television and watching us on your phone using the same internet connection, that's what the problem is. It's a bandwidth issue. Now, if you're not on Wi-Fi, then check and see what your signal is, how much cell phone signal you've got, or maybe move around a little bit. It might get a little better for you. But we're screaming on this end. For a change. Well, Lisa, it's possible that you had a little small hail in Roanoke a few minutes ago when that storm moved through. That is possible. Yeah, see, it's already in the 50s over in West Alabama, and we're hanging in the 70s in East Alabama and West Georgia. So that's a pretty big departure. It just feels stormy out there. All of East Alabama and West Georgia. Everybody, if you are along or ahead of this line of storms, you can expect showers, thunderstorms, gusty winds, just a typical thunderstorm type weather as this line moves through your area with a low end severe risk. I don't expect to see a lot of tornado warnings with this. We haven't seen a tremendous amount of tornado warnings with this all day, though there have been some. We have not seen a tornado warned storm now in about an hour, and so that's a good trend, and we're hoping that continues. But if you're in East Alabama, if you're east of the storm and you're in East Alabama or West Georgia, it's going to be stormy. I think the big story after all this is over with is going to be the rainfall. We're looking at copious rainfall amounts here. Some locations are picking up 2 to 3 inches of rain when this line of storms passes. I mean, it is going to literally pour for an hour or so when this line comes through. And it's going to dump a tremendous amount of rain. Coosa Valley Medical Center in the house. Thanks, Hannah. Appreciate you joining us. New site, Alabama. Radar looks like a dog. Huh. I don't see it. That's a pretty good looking storm down here around in central Alabama, down here in southern Chilton County. And then also back over toward Demopolis, just south of Brent. And it looks pretty significant all the way up into Talladega County also. They're just west of Sylacauga. Just looking at some stuff in the chat room here with the National Weather Service, and this is a chat room that emergency managers and media are in along with the National Weather Service, and just looking at some of the stuff they're talking about here, and really the main thing they're talking about is flooding. Got reports of flooding around River Chase Galleria. That's no big surprise. That area floods every time it rains. They're talking about they have cars submerged, resulting in water rescues along Highway 31. Again, that unfortunately happens just about every time it rains over there. All right, so we have some adjustments to the tornado watch now. Birmingham continues the tornado watch for Marengo County. It cancels the tornado watch for Bibb, Blunt, and Jefferson, and continues the tornado watch for Autauga, Chilton, Dallas, Lowndes, Perry, Shelby, St. Clair until 11 p.m. I can almost guarantee you they're not going to push that tornado watch any further east, because they had 2 watches out there, and they had to combine those 2 things because a piece of one was expiring. It was just going to be a big mess on the map. And I'm almost willing to bet you if they were thinking about extending that to the east, I believe they would have done it with this last update. We'll see, but I don't see it. I don't see the threat across East Alabama. I just don't think they're going to do it. But I have been wrong before, so we will watch this and see what happens. But you see those green boxes popping up all over the place, and those are flash flood warnings. And it's pretty much running parallel to this line of storms as it moves off to the east. So again, I think the rain's going to be the big story. Raining on a ridge. Snoopy. Mm-hmm. Strange LaGrange. Micaville, Alabama's in the house. Good to see you, Andrew. Good night, Michael. I don't think so, Chance. I mean, bad is relative. Everybody considers bad something different, you know. We're not going to have good weather. There's no question about that. We're going to have a lot of rain, thunder, lightning, some wind, and a tremendous amount of rain as this line moves through. But as far as tornadoes are concerned, I don't anticipate a significant tornado outbreak here. Again, we have gone over an hour now. We have not had a tornado warning issued across central Alabama. We lost our last tornado warning a little over an hour ago. So anytime you have a significant weather or dynamic weather system of this magnitude moving through, and you go over an hour without having a tornado warning, and you had tornado warnings fairly frequently earlier, then that's a trend. You're trending toward a weakening storm system, and I think that's what we're looking at here. It is going to be horrible when it comes through. I mean, the wind's going to be blowing, it's going to be raining, thunder, and lightning. I mean, it's certainly going to be a thunderstorm, and you're certainly going to know it's there. But I think the tornado threat is waning at this time. Kia Motors, West Point, Georgia. Yeah, you're going to be driving home right in the middle of some rain there, Clark Shepard. About midnight, be about the time it starts coming through there. Major damage down in the New Orleans area. Yeah, I know. I was afraid of that. I saw a little bit of it before I started this update. I did see the tornado. You know, they had live video of it coming right through New Orleans. I was afraid there was going to be major damage. Well, thank you, Cecilia. I appreciate you listening to me. I do. I appreciate your support, too. Jennifer says the wind's picking up a little bit along the Alabama-Georgia line. Raining on County Road 59. Mr. Herbert, thank you for that report. There's another report of maybe some hail in Roanoke. Sherry says she's streaming on phone, through phone, on YouTube, on TV, no problems. So you're casting me from your phone through YouTube to your television. That's pretty cool, Sherry. You go, girl. And that, by the way, will help the resolution tremendously. Now, I mean, it's hard to see a radar from anywhere with any great resolution on your phone because your phone's so small. So if you can get it on your big screen TV, that is your best option. The resolution's pretty good. All right, so we have a, let's see what that last one was. It's a special weather statement. Let's see what it is. All right, strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southwestern Talladega, northeastern Chilton, southeastern Shelby, and northwestern Coosa counties through 10:45 p.m. At 9:58, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Jemison, moving northeast at around 40 miles per hour, winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. Let's see. Impacts will be gusty winds, which could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. This will be for places such as Columbiana, Jemison, Wilsonville, Talladega Springs, Weguffca, Thorsby, Strickland Crossroads. Let's see here. Lay Lake Dam. And eventually on into central Talladega County. And then, of course, that will eventually work into Clay County and move right on through East Alabama. So right now, let's do the pencil here. Let me just draw this out. Right now, as far as East Alabama is concerned, this is the strongest part of the line that we are concerned about. These individual storms are moving in this direction, while overall the entire system is moving off that direction. Does that make sense to you? And everything inside that white circle or kidney-shaped drawing that I just did there, that's where the strongest weather is located, and that's what's moving very slowly toward East Alabama. And at the moment where you see the flashing icons, the lightning icons, that's where the absolute heaviest weather is taking place. That's where you have the heaviest rain. That's probably where you have some hail occurring. That's what's causing the friction in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and that's where your lightning is. You see the pinks and the purples that are right there along that leading edge of that line. That's where the absolute heaviest rain is located right now. And all of that is moving on off to the east. So once that area clears your location, you're done as far as severe possibilities are concerned. And again, I got to tell you that the severe possibilities, while not zero, they're not very high this evening either. Thundering in Mellow Valley. Well, you're gonna have a pretty good little break in the rain there, Mark. At least the next week should be pretty good. Thank you, Southern Brandon. Appreciate your kind words. Good to have you with us there in Northwest Georgia. We appreciate you. Same boat, Alexander City, as everybody else. That line of storms will come barreling through there in about an hour or so. It's going to storm like crazy for about 45 minutes to an hour, and then you'll be in the clear. Okay, Janet, we're watching Chilton County, and you got a pretty good thunderstorm coming through there right now. I don't. Let me. go down here because what's in Chilton is going to end up over here in Coosa, and what's in Coosa is going to end up in Alexander City. So let's look at Coosa just a minute. Let me go to velocity. And there's just no question here that the strongest weather, it's pretty bad over all of Chilton County, but right in this area, let me move the map just a little bit. Right in there, just east of I-65 there, just east of the Peach Park in Chilton County is where the absolute heaviest of the weather is occurring. And there could be a little bit of rotation in the upper levels of the atmosphere. I don't see anything that indicates a tornado, and all thunderstorms rotate, or they wouldn't be a thunderstorm by definition. But I do see some rotation taking place right there in the upper levels of the atmosphere. That indicates that that's a pretty strong thunderstorm there just east of the Peach Park in Chilton County, and that will be moving out of Chilton into Coosa County relatively quick now. Actually going to be a little bit north east of the Peach Park, but it has crossed over 65 and is about to head out of Chilton County. It's certainly going to rain in Auburn, Amy. I mean, you're going to have gusty winds and thunder and lightning. But again, just as I've said for everybody else in East Alabama several times here, I just don't see. I mean, the further south you go, the better the risk is of severe weather during the rest of the overnight. And, of course, Auburn, Opelika, Lee County, Beauregard, that is on the south end of our coverage area. So, you know, there maybe would be just a smidgen more of a chance of seeing a quick spin-up tornado in Lee County than there would be across the rest of East Alabama and West Georgia. But even there, I don't think the threat's especially high. Valley, Alabama. I married a Valley girl. Ashland, Alabama, you should start seeing rain in Ashland here in just any time now. But the main line's probably about another 30 minutes or so away. Well, thank you, Missy. I appreciate that. I do when I can. Typically, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado watch, tornado warnings is kind of the threshold as to whether I go live or not. But sometimes I can do what I'm doing tonight, even when we don't have a tremendous amount of severe weather out there. And that's my most favorite thing to do too. So I'm glad to be here. And we just received a new severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning now for southwestern Talladega in east central Alabama, northern Coosa County in east central Alabama, southwestern Clay County in east central Alabama. This warning is in effect until 11:15. At 10:29, a severe thunderstorm was located near Marble Valley, or 8 miles west of Weguffka, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Now, that's that storm I was just showing you down here in extreme eastern Chilton County. So we were just looking at that. And now the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell. And so it's going to be right here, right along the Coosa County, Chilton County line. And that is going to, if it moves northeast, that part of the line should stay north of Alexander City. Now, the line itself will move over Alexander City, but the part of the line that they're warning for Should stay a little bit north of Alexander City. In the direct path would include Sylacauga, probably Goodwater, Weguffka, and then eventually that would end up over here in central Clay County. Wind gust to 60 miles per hour possible with this particular storm, and hail up to 1 inch in diameter. So let's look at a couple of different products here right quick. I want to look at the estimated size. Oh, wow, look at that. Now this is giving us a return of 2.5-inch diameter hail. I don't know. That's tennis ball size hail. I don't know that I believe that. That may be the radar. This is a radar estimate of the hail size in this storm, and the radar may be overdoing that a little bit. But it's coming back at about 2.5-inch size hail, which would be tennis ball. And then maybe outside of that, we have some 1.5-inch hail there, which is about ping pong ball size. Say that real fast 6 times and you haven't had any sleep. And then also maybe some nickel size and dime size hail on the outside of it. But there's a core right there. Golly, I saw 2.7. There's 2.8. That's approaching 3-inch hail. That is a teacup. You hear me? That is huge. But again, the radar could be overdoing that just a little bit. That would be, we typically don't see hail that big in the southeast. That's Texas stuff. All right, so there comes a new volume scan update. Let's see if we have any. Still showing some 2.5-inch hail out of this storm. All right, so if we have rotation going on in this thing, it's going to be down here most likely. Weather Service is not mentioning that. They're not talking about that right now. They're just talking about, they're really warning for this storm, primarily for the 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds and the 1-inch hail. All right, so let's see what else we can look at. Here's the shear. Yeah, I don't see much shear going on, so I mean, we're talking a crazy lightning output on this storm, though. It's got a lot of lightning in it. So this is quickly becoming the premier storm of the night down here, coming into Coosa County. And go back to base velocity. And Mobile, let's run to Mobile right quick. They are issuing tornado warnings left and right down there. All right, so we're going to have to go right there. Okay, so it's that one cell. All right, this is right there at Gulf Shores. Let's spend just a minute on this. This is just to the west of Gulf Shores, Alabama. And again, we have a lot of folks down there who watch us because we have so many folks from our main coverage area have vacation homes down here. So that's a brand new tornado warning just issued. I'm going to read the text of it to you. This tornado warning is for southeastern Baldwin County in southwest Alabama until 11:15 p.m. this evening. At 10:31 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles east of Fort Morgan, or 10 miles west of Gulf Shores, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Its radar indicated. Again, that is a tornado warning now in effect for the Gulf Shores area. I want to look at that one right. Well, I can't. I'm going to have to switch to Mobile. All right, we can do that. This will take just a second for it to switch over. And I wanted to see, yeah, I can see it. And so, there's your tornado right there. All right, so Gulf Shores is up here. This is out there on the western side, like if you're going out to Fort Morgan. And there's your tornado right there. We just got a volume scan update, and so we can move this down a little bit. So your tornado would be right in there. And it's a pretty good looking one too. So I'd feel pretty good about that warning. Update from Mobile. The tornado warning is continued for Baldwin. At 10:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Bon Secour, or 9 miles west of Gulf Shores, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So they have confirmed it. They have ground truth reports now that they do have a tornado on the ground down there. Again, if you know anybody that's down there, or anybody that is in the path of this particular storm, call them. Just make sure they understand what's going on down there. It's all about being weather aware. That's what saves lives. All right, so let's go back up to Birmingham. Now look, we're still on the Mobile radar, and look how it's picking up this storm up here coming into Coosa County. Folks, that is significant right there. So we're gonna stay on that storm and see what happens here for a few minutes. We've got to get back to the Birmingham radar. Yeah. There it is. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. And I'm just having some issues here. Let me see if I can figure out what this is doing to me. All right, I got to reset the radar. So I'll tell you what I want to do while I'm resetting the radar. Let me go to the convective outlook. There's the latest from the National Weather Service. We're going to leave it right there while I reset the radar. All right, so the warning that includes Talladega and Clay is in effect until 11:15. And I'm going to tell you, folks, in Sylacauga, I would pay very close attention to this. That's a nasty-looking storm cell coming in right there. Sylacauga in about 5 minutes. Hatchet Creek at 11 o'clock. High Pine at 11:08. We're talking about Ashland at 11:12. Lineville around 11:18 if it holds together, and then Chehaw State Park around 11:22. All right, folks, so we're going to watch this storm very closely as it continues to move off to the northeast. I've got to take a very quick break, and I'm going to leave the radar up. I'm not going to take the feed down. I'm going to leave the radar up. I'm going to take a quick break. Let me put you back on that so you can see what's going on. There it is. And hang on before I take that break. We have a new tornado watch coming out. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and get that tornado watch up. And we'll see where that lands, and we're going to watch this storm very close as it moves into East Alabama. So stay with us. I'm not going to take the feed down. I'm going to step aside for about 5 minutes, and then I'll be right back with you here on Dr. Don's Weather. Stay with us. All right, Dr. Don back in here with you as we continue to watch severe weather possibilities across East Alabama. And, well, folks, the Storm Prediction Center has indeed issued a new tornado watch. And that tornado watch does cover all of our East Alabama counties. So they have pushed that tornado watch a little further east than I anticipated earlier when we were talking about that. And that is correct. We are now under a tornado watch across all of East Alabama until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And I will have the verbiage on that for you. So the Storm Prediction Center has now issued a tornado watch for portions of central and southern Alabama, the western Florida Panhandle, and coastal waters. This tornado watch is in effect this evening through 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. It will not last that long. The way this works is as soon as that line of thunderstorms passes your area, they will release your county from that watch. So it will not stay in place until 6 a.m. It probably now, looking at the way things are developing, it may get pushed on over into Georgia before this is over with. Primary threats here: a couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour are also possible, and scattered large hail events to 1 inch in diameter are also possible. The summary on this watch: a broken squall line will continue eastward across Alabama and the western Florida Panhandle tonight. The stronger storms will be capable of producing a tornado and damaging winds. The particular thunderstorm that has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning, given the polygon that we have on that storm, it most likely would miss Woodland. That particular storm will most likely affect places like Ashland, Lineville, and the extreme northwestern corner of Randolph. And then if it holds together, it would end up there in Cleveland County. But look downstream. We have heavy storms below that. That would eventually come across southern Clay and central and southern Randolph and up there into the Woodland area. So the entire line is going to sweep through East Alabama. The individual storm cells are moving more to the north-northeast. Yes, it is coffee time. No question about that. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things I took the break to do, was to go set a pot of coffee on, but I had to hurry back. I didn't get a chance to do it just yet, so that I could get that tornado watch out there for you. I may have to take another break here in a minute. Let's see if we can get the county outline on the tornado watch for you. They do these things backwards. They send out the watch outline area, and then comes the county outline. Oh, here's a couple of cancellations for those of you across other areas of the state of Alabama. The tornado watch has been canceled now for Shelby and St. Clair. The tornado watch has also been canceled for Autauga, Chilton, Dallas, Lowndes, and Perry. And then they've turned right around and issued a new one for Autauga, Chilton, Dallas, Lowndes, and Perry. That is so confusing. Now, understand me, the folks of the National Weather Service do a phenomenal job. They're good guys and gals. They know what they're doing, and I do not stray very far from what they say when I'm giving the forecast. But the way the federal government has some of this stuff set up, and they dictate how the local individual offices do this stuff, is just mind-boggling to me. How we do things like this in today's world, today's technology, is just crazy. It's very confusing, because what happens is you get the scroll at the bottom of your television that tells you the watch has been canceled for your county, and then they turn right around and you're going to see another scroll that says a watch has been issued for your county. That's just that is unnecessary confusion for people, and it just really makes me get on my soapbox. unnecessarily so. So we have a new tornado watch for Barber, Bullock, Chambers, Clay, Coosa, Elmore, Lee, Macon, Montgomery, Pike, Randolph, Russell, Talladega, and Tallapoosa. That is in effect until 6 a.m. They're asking for hail reports near Sylacauga, and I don't see where anyone has reported anything just yet. Okay, I was just trying to get caught up on everything the Weather Service was saying, and I think that I am. So if you're just joining us, we have a brand new tornado watch now that outlines the entire Dr. Don coverage area of East Alabama. It does not get into West Georgia yet. We'll see if they extend it further east in their next update. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for a severe thunderstorm in extreme southeastern Talladega County, very close to Sylacauga. And we're going to go in pretty tight on this storm now and talk about this. There's the city of Sylacauga, and we actually have an inflow notch. Well, we did. Not so much in the latest scan. But this area just to the northeast of downtown Sylacauga is where I would anticipate to see the heaviest hail. All right, so we have someone in the room. Delane says no hail yet on the south end of Sylacauga. Okay, well, I would expect the hail to be on the north side, the northeast side of Sylacauga, right there along the Talladega-Clay County line, and then maybe a little bit down here along 230, between 231 and 280, just north of Stewartville. Those are the two prime-looking areas for hail with this particular storm. Actually, maybe if you're on the south side of Sylacauga, the hail, the best threat for hail may be a little further south than you. Maybe the best chance of hail is down there on 280, just northeast of Stewartville. Question about Lafayette. Now, this gives me an opportunity to talk about something here. Let me switch back to reflectivity right quick. All right, so we have a viewer that is in a mobile home in Lafayette. Now, you have just gone under a tornado watch. So what the Weather Service is telling you is that the conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms that could potentially produce a tornado in and close to the watch area. So the Weather Service is telling you that the conditions are conducive for tornadoes in the Lafayette area because Chambers County is included in that tornado watch. I highly suggest that when you go under a tornado watch like this, you evacuate somewhere else. You need to make sure that you do this well in advance of a storm. You have a place identified to go so that you don't have to stay in that mobile home, and you use a tornado watch as that trigger point to go ahead and evacuate somewhere else. So if you have a friend or a neighbor close by that you can go to their home and ride this storm out, then that's what I would suggest you do in Lafayette. Now, we do not have we don't have a storm out there right now that is headed directly for Lafayette that's producing a tornado. But if you wait until a warning is issued, and if you wait until we say, yeah, there's a tornado on the ground, it's headed directly for Lafayette, it's too late then for you to evacuate and go anywhere, because even though a mobile home is not where you need to be, being in an automobile trying to evacuate is even worse. So that's kind of how that works. You need to have a place identified to go to in the event that a watch is issued for your area if you live in a mobile home. Clay County, your southwest corner of the county is under a severe thunderstorm warning. You have a severe thunderstorm right there on the Clay County, Talladega County line that's about to move into Clay County. Just to the east of Sylacauga. Just north of, I think the worst of it's going to move into Clay County there, just north of Hollins. And again, we welcome those of you who are listening to us via radio this evening, WFAZ, God's Country 90.9, and WJHO 89.7, The Classic, across East Alabama. They cover this exact area that we're talking about right now. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, which covers, at the moment, covers the southwest corner of Clay and covers southern and central Talladega County for a severe thunderstorm just east of Sylacauga, moving into Clay County. I'll give you some times on this. We're looking at Hatchet Creek around 11 p.m., High Pine around 11:08, Ashland at about 11:12, Clay Central High School around 11:16, Lineville around 11:18, Barfield 11:22, Chehaw State Park 11:22, Delta around 11:26. Then maybe into northwest Randolph County, we're talking about Swag at 11:32, and then on up into Foster's Crossroads by 11:33, Folsom by 11:34, Pine Tucky about 11:36, and Morrison Crossroad around 11:37. If the storm holds together, I think it will. Barfield and Clay County, like I just said, 11:22 p.m. You're in the direct path of this severe thunderstorm that's moving out of Talladega up into Clay County. And the primary reason they're warning for this storm is going to be for gusty winds in excess of 70 miles per hour and hail 1 inch in diameter. And we don't have nearly as much of a hook on this storm as we did about 15 minutes ago. The National Weather Service has canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa County as the storm has moved out of Coosa County up into extreme southeastern Talladega and southwestern Clay. Birmingham does continue the severe thunderstorm warning for winds in excess of 60 miles per hour and hail 1.25 inches in diameter. And that warning continues for Clay and Talladega until 11:15. So your storm, the heaviest part of the storm there is going to be just north of Hollins, right there along 148 west of Millerville. That would be the strongest part of the storm right there. And we have no idea what just happened. You know, technology is just fantastic. Everything works just beautifully until you actually use it. Get all kind of gremlins and crazy things going on. Let's see if we're going to reset the radar again. All right, y'all bear with me just a second. We can do this right quick. All right, we're back. I'm going to switch over and look at this. Off of Peachtree City, right? So we're looking at this off of the Atlanta radar. Sometimes if you look at a storm on the front side, it looks a little bit different, but in this particular case, I don't see much of a difference. It looks about the same. Okay. I don't see nearly as much of a hail indication as what we had earlier. This scan is a couple of minutes behind. I would think that hail would be closer to where you see that arrow now. 60% chance of hail, 0% chance of anything significant. So maybe this storm has lost a little bit of its punch, because it was showing a much stronger hail core just a few moments ago. Yep, how about that? We just lost the severe thunderstorm warning. Boy, y'all are seeing this happen in real time. I just said this storm was not as strong as it once was, and all of a sudden we lose the severe thunderstorm warning. Birmingham has canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Clay and Talladega. The storm has weakened as it moved out of southern Talladega into southwestern Clay County. Why would this be pre-recorded? It clearly says 11:04 p.m. Central Time on the screen. I mean, no, this is not pre-recorded. This is real time. It's happening right now. Yes, Lynn Bearden. There was one down in that area. It was confirmed. I have not seen, though, let me go back to the Mobile chat room right quick. It says the circulation and possible tornado is moving northeast to the northwest side of Foley, and eventually between Summerdale and Foley. It may move across Highway 59 if it holds together. The strong circulation is crossing Highway 98 to the west of Foley and will be crossing Highway 59 near Summerdale in the next 5 minutes. And they are continuing the tornado warning. So I'm pretty confident they got one on the ground down there. It was confirmed, so that means that they have spotted it. Somebody has actually reported it on the ground. The good thing is I don't see any reports of any damage so far, but we'll watch that for you, and if I see anything, I'll let you know. Windy here. Where is here? Break a leg. Where is here? When you post stuff about weather conditions, please tell me where you're posting from. And again, I'm assuming our radio station has gone back to regular programming now because we have lost that warning for the coverage area. But just in case they have not, I will stand by for about 10 seconds. We'll let our radio stations go back to regular programming. For those of you listening on radio, we remain under a tornado watch officially until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. It'll be canceled way before then. As a matter of fact, the severe threat for Talladega will be ending pretty quickly. The main line is pushing on into Clay now, but there's still a little bit of convection up there around Talladega, and I would imagine the Weather Service will want to get that out of the county before they release Talladega County, but it will happen pretty quick. So Talladega County will be released from the tornado watch probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And then as soon as the line moves through your county and clears your county, they will drop you from the tornado watch. I would venture to say probably, 11:08 Central? Probably by 1 a.m., I would think every county in East Alabama would be canceled from the tornado watch. But we'll see how that plays out. So, going to pause for about 10 seconds and allow our radio stations to go back to regular programming, and then we'll continue with our long-form coverage here on Dr. Don's Weather. All right, we continue with our coverage. It's 11:08 p.m. Central on March 22nd, 2022 from Dr. Don's Weather. From the Alpha Weather Center, Jamie Dukas, your local Alpha agent. We appreciate Jamie and all the folks, including Southern Union State Community College, who also brings you our severe weather coverage here. They sponsor our live Doppler HD radar. And so we are here doing long-form coverage for you tonight. We really kind of didn't anticipate the tornado watch getting pushed over into East Alabama, but the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service both feel like there's still enough energy left with this system to continue with the tornado watch at least until it makes it to the Alabama-Georgia state line. Then it remains to be seen whether or not they'll take it any further to the east into Alabama or into Georgia, I should say. So for those of you who are following that tornado down near Gulf Shores from the Weather Service at Mobile, tornado warning, the tornado has now crossed over 59 in Summerdale. So let me switch back to the composite. And let's just go down here and take a look at what's going on. Because we do have a lot of interest down here. Yeah, let's switch to Mobile. So the thunderstorm producing the tornado is going to be just south of Robertsdale. And has just crossed over 98 there between Summerdale and Robertsdale. As it will continue to move on off to the northeast. So it'll be crossing over 90 here at any moment, and then it'll cross I-10. So pretty dangerous situation down there. Just north of Gulf Shores. And as I zoom out, you can see there's still a lot of activity out there in the Gulf of Mexico, and all that stuff is moving up to the northeast. So a very stormy night down there in the Mobile area, Dauphin Island, Fort Morgan, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, all the way over to Pensacola. And this entire area is going to slowly move off to the east, too. So even northwest Florida, places like Destin, Panama City, Port St. Joe, all of those areas are going to get in on the action before this one is over with. We'll switch back to Birmingham. And we'll leave it right there. I'm going to loop it for you right quick so you can kind of see, get a general idea of which way all this stuff is moving. And we got some bad data coming in here. That's not supposed to be rolling that fast. But anyway, you kind of see what's going on. The individual storms moving off to the northeast, the line as a whole moving off to the east. And I will note something kind of interesting here. I want to back this up. Notice how this storm really ramped up just north of Clanton. We're looking down here just north of Clanton. This is going back to 10:18 p.m. And then as I bring the loop forward, notice how the lightning increases. Lightning output there is just crazy. And then also notice the inflow notch that starts to take place. Once the storm gets just southwest of Sylacauga, look at the hail core that pops up, and you have an inflow notch right there. And then watch what happens when it gets right there at Sylacauga. I mean, that thing was very close to going tornadic. And then once it crossed into Clay County, it started losing some of those characteristics. And here we go at 11:08, and it doesn't look anything right there like it did back down here near Clanton or even at Sylacauga. So that storm really ramped up fast, and then it lost a good bit of its intensity. So at the moment, we just have a strong line of thunderstorms moving into Clay County now over on the western side. No warnings in effect for any of our East Alabama counties, though we do have a tornado watch that's officially in effect until 6 a.m., though we will see most of our counties released from that well before 6 a.m. You're welcome, David Barfield. I appreciate you guys. Micaville, nothing going on up there right now, but I mean, you do have a line of thunderstorms coming, so it's going to be stormy. Here's an update from the National Weather Service at Mobile. That tornado down there is potentially strong and is moving north along Highway 59 toward Robertsdale. This is beginning to look like a pretty significant tornado on the ground down there in near Robertsdale, Alabama. Here's verbiage from the Weather Service. Confirmed tornado on the ground in Summerdale. This is a tightening and strengthening rotation around a very intense rotation in the low levels. This tornado could be strong very quickly. Take cover immediately, Summerdale. Now, that's pretty strong verbiage coming from the Weather Service that you don't see very often. So if you know anybody that lives in that area down there, call them and make sure that they know what's going on. It's past Summerdale now. It's going to be in the Robertsdale area. So call them and make sure they understand that they need to be in a place of safety down there. Am I echoing? Not to my knowledge. Nothing serious headed toward Jacksonville other than a line of thunderstorms. There is a risk for severe weather across all of East Alabama this evening, more so to the south of I-20 than to the north. But nothing Nothing headed toward Jacksonville other than some rain and maybe a little thunder and lightning. It went away. Okay. Cool beans. Tin chops in the house. Wow, that's cool. That is cool. Well, that's just that's a good thing everybody can do is if you know someone that lives in the area where severe weather is taking place, even if it's not one of our coverage area counties, call them anyway. Just make sure that they're aware of what's going on. I mean, 90% of surviving severe weather is being weather aware and protecting yourself. I mean, that's what it's all about. It is very important to tell a friend. You may have saved someone's life right there. Windy up on the ridge, Broughton Ridge. Yeah. See, we have a very dynamic setup going on here, folks. We have winds up at about 5,000 feet running at 70 to 80 miles per hour. And as this heavier rainfall moves into East Alabama, it will transport some of that wind to the surface. And so that's why it's so windy out there. Randy, I wish I could tell you how bad it's going to get in Jackson Gap. I can tell you what the forecast is, and I can tell you what you have just off to your west, but exactly what it's going to be like when it comes through there, I don't know. I mean, you've got a line of thunderstorms that's going to come through Jackson's Gap in the next hour or so, and you are under a tornado watch, so severe weather is possible. I still don't think we're looking at a high risk of tornadoes across the area, but the Weather Service did choose to include all of East Alabama in their tornado watch that goes until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So you have a line of strong thunderstorms headed in your general direction. While I don't see anything along the line that is producing a tornado right now, that certainly could change before it gets to you. So you should remain weather aware. Everybody in eastern Talladega, all of Clay, Cleburne, Randolph, Chambers, Tallapoosa, Coosa, Lee, and all of our West Georgia counties should remain weather aware for the remainder of tonight and until this line of thunderstorms passes your home. So you got to make sure that you got a way of, if you go to bed, you got to have a way of being alerted to severe weather. The best option there is to have a NOAA weather radio. I know you can't run out and buy one tonight, but make sure you've got one before we have our next round of severe weather. That weather radio could save your life, especially if something happens during the night. Alexandria, yeah, you're up there in more stable air. I wouldn't anticipate severe weather up there. Certainly some thunder and lightning. But I think the tornado threat is along and south of I-20 for the most part. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if it was programmed properly and if the transmitter transmitted the warning, it should have gone off. Was it work? Was your weather radio working for the weekly test that they do every Wednesday? And which event are you talking about that it didn't go off for? Did it go off for the tornado watch tonight? Yes, you do have to program them. You have to tell it which counties you want to receive alerts for. And it's real easy to do, especially the new ones. I think you can just set it up to receive the area, and it'll go off for your county and the surrounding counties, which is exactly what you want anyway. So they're real easy to program, but it's not going to work right out of the box. You're going to have to set it to the right channel, and that's a simple process. Just read the instructions. It'll walk you through it. Yes, they test them every Wednesday. Is the wind going to be bad in Clay County? Could be. I don't see any reports of any wind damage to your west so far, but that line does have a history of producing some gusty winds, so it certainly could be gusty there. It's okay. I'm married to one, so it's all right. We're talking about how real it is to be a blonde. Producer Tracy said, "What?" No, you did not have a tornado warning for Clay County. You had a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County, and that has since been canceled. You folks up there in Cleburne, Calhoun, Anniston, Oxford, Ranburne, the tornado watch really is along and south of I-20, though it does not include Cleburne County. So yeah, that heavy storm, the heaviest part of the storm has already moved out of Sylacauga. Now, it's still storming there. Well, don't take me wrong. It's still a lot of rain. I mean, we're talking copious amounts of rain in Sylacauga right now. It is really raining hard down there. But the severe part of that storm has dissipated. It moved into Clay, and then it dissipated. So the severe threat is certainly still there for Sylacauga, but I don't see anything severe there right at this moment. Smith Station is down here toward Columbus. You see where it says Columbus right there? Smith Station is there it is right there. It's on 431 just north and west of Columbus or Phoenix City. You are to the southeast of Opelika there on 431. And folks, if I'm not showing I'm focused on where the most significant weather is. So if you're in my coverage area, or even if you're remotely close to my coverage area, if there is significant weather going on in your location, I'm going to be talking about it. If I'm zoomed in on a particular location and I stay there for any length of time, it's because that's where the most significant weather is. If there was anything else out there to be concerned about, I would be showing it, and I'm going to talk about it. But for now, this is the main show. It's a line of thunderstorms that stretches basically from about Mount Cheehaw, right down the stair step between Talladega County and Clay County down to around Hollins. And then it moves on down to just north of Clanton and Chilton County. And then really just heavy rain now in southwest Alabama. I don't see anything severe there until you get all the way down to the Mobile area. That's where we have had what may end up being a pretty significant tornado down here. Should be crossing over I-10 now. And there's the big picture. You folks up here in northwest Georgia beginning to get some pretty heavy rain in places like Rome, and that'll continue moving on off to the east and northeast. Rainbow City, just a good soaking tonight with a little wind and thunder and lightning from time to time. Producer, they're talking about your southern accent. Huh? What? Wait a minute. What'd you say?
I just said it ain't never gonna change. They might as well go ahead and talk about it.
It ain't never gonna change. Straight out of Valley, Alabama, right?
Yeah, right. I can't deny it.
It had a little Randolph County in there too. I heard it. I heard it. It will arrive in Roanoke probably about another hour before it gets there. This is a very, very slow moving system, folks. And that's why we're seeing so many flash flood warnings being issued tonight, because this joker's laying down some serious rain, and it's not going anywhere quickly. So I would say at least probably 45 minutes to an hour before the leading edge of this makes it over into Randolph, or before it makes it over into Roanoke. Wadley, right now, unless something changes, Wadley's going to get some heavy rain, gusty winds, thunder and lightning, maybe a little hail. You are under a tornado watch, so there is that possibility we could see another severe thunderstorm or two that could potentially drop a quick spin-up tornado. But right now, we have no counties under any type of tornado warnings or anything like that at the moment. Wetumpka. Yeah, so the leading edge of the rain right now is back over there around just west of Prattville. Wetumpka, you're probably looking at about an hour as well before the next round moves into your portion of Elmore County. Yeah, Sharknadoes are real things. They are. Could be a problem. Yeah, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the Corinth tornado. That will be Friday, the 25th. Yeah, Gadsden's okay. You just got some rain up there. There, right there. Nothing severe at all up there. We have nothing severe anywhere in the state of Alabama at the moment, other than what's going on down there around Mobile. Other than that, we have a tornado watch that covers really East Alabama, Central Alabama, and South Alabama. But at the moment, we have no warnings anywhere in the state of Alabama. We've even lost the tornado warning down there around Robertsdale and Foley in that area. So for right now, there are absolutely no warnings out there. But this is a respectable line of thunderstorms that's moving out of Talladega County into Clay County, and it's moving very slowly. Yeah, Taylor, if you're still referring to the tornado last year, unfortunately, it didn't miss my folks down there. It got my son's house pretty good. So Amanda is reporting rain, lightning, and some pretty strong winds off of 31 in Ashland. Weather for tonight for Randolph County, rain. Lots of rain. Gusty winds, maybe some hail. Randolph County is under a tornado watch, so quick spin up tornado cannot be ruled out, but at the moment we have no warnings in effect anywhere. Strong line of thunderstorms in eastern Talladega, western Clay, stretching down into Coosa, that's slowly moving toward Randolph County. Okay, that sounds like a good deal. We got the weather cat and Popeye the puppy watching out what's going on with the weather. Keep us advised. Yes, I think Gadsden will be just fine. The severe threat now is pretty much along and south of I 20. So, Gadsden being north of I 20, there's not much of a threat up there at all. Wadley, Alabama in the house. Thank you. And if you get just a second, click on that link I just posted and allow Restream to connect to your Facebook so that I know who you are. If you're using Facebook, and if you have not done this yet, please do so that your name will show up. If not, all I see is Facebook user. If you're on YouTube or any of the other social media platforms other than Facebook, you don't have to worry about it. But if you're on Facebook, please click that chat Restream link I just posted and allow Restream to connect to your Facebook. That is perfectly safe. It's perfectly fine. So that I can see who you are when you post. If you don't want to do that, that's fine too. Just in your post, tell me who you are. If you want me to know who you are. If you don't, then you don't have to do anything. Miss Wanda watching us up there at Woodland, Alabama. Folks, I think I'm going to take a quick break and go fix me a cup of coffee because it's going to take another good hour and a half to 2 hours to get this storm system out of Alabama. And even though I don't anticipate a lot of severe weather, I think it is strong enough to continue watching. So big drops in Broughton Ridge. Cool, I can see your name now. Thank you for doing that. Well, Mandy Williams, thank you for telling me that. That's pretty cool stuff. I appreciate you letting me know about that. There's Mayor Donna McKay from the big town of Wadley, Alabama. Thank you, Miss Donna. We appreciate you. Tell my buddy Dale I said hello. Chrissy, I'm afraid it's going to be in there a minute. It's going to take a while for this line to move through. It's a slow mover, and that's why I've been saying for the last several hours, I really think the rain is going to end up being a bigger issue for East Alabama than any tornado threat that we may have. The tornado threat's pretty low. I think this is going to end up being more of a flooding threat because this thing is moving very, very slow. And there is a tremendous amount of rain involved in this. I mean, for about the last hour now. We've been talking about this crossing over into Clay County, and it still has not completely crossed into Clay County from Talladega. It has been on the county line now. It has been, the leading edge of it first started touching the Clay County line at 10:03. And it is now 11:37. So an hour and a half, and it still hasn't completely cleared out of Talladega into Clay. It's laying down a lot of water. Yeah, I think at least another hour before it gets to rolling up. Opelika in the house. Thunder and lightning in Ashland. Yep. The big lightning strike y'all just had down there. And folks, too, just in case you don't know, the bigger the lightning icon, the stronger the strike was. In other words, you see these T90 little bitty strikes back over here right along the Clay County line, and then you see this great big old fat lightning bolt right here, right there over Ashland. That means that this strike over Ashland was much stronger than these other small ones up here on the county line. Just a little tidbit of information. Bigger lightning bolts down here with this storm just to the west of Alexander City also. Yeah, there's nothing going on in Opelika. The line is still well off to your west. That's why I'm not showing Opelika. There's nothing happening down there. You've got really the closest activity to Opelika is over here in Georgia, but that's moving north and that's not severe. The leading edge of the rain shield is really way back over toward I-65. And, given the latest radar trend, without question, the strongest part of this storm is really from southern Talladega up into Clay, and that will be moving off to the east-northeast, so that part won't affect Opelika anyway. What you will end up with is all this rain over here, from I-65 all the way back to the Mississippi state line. That's what will be coming through Lee County. But you're probably looking at 2 hours before it gets into the Auburn-Opelika area. We do have a new special weather statement. Let's see here. I'll read this to you. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of south-central Talladega, northeastern Coosa, and southwestern Clay County through midnight. At 11:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Marble Valley or near Weguffka, moving to the northeast at around 50 miles per hour. The hazard with this storm will be wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour and half-inch hail. Again, that is for portions of south-central Talladega, northwestern Coosa, in southwestern Clay County through midnight. That's going to be that area that is inside that dotted blue line there. And give you some times on that. should be in the Stewartville area by 11:48. Sylacauga 11:52. So Sylacauga, you got another storm coming at you, by the way. Hollins by 11:56. Brownsville by 12:03. Shady Grove 12:07. Millerville by 12:13. High Pine around 12:16. If it holds together, Ashland by 12:21. Central Clay County High School by 12:25. Lineville by 12:28. And Barfield about 12:32. So you can see this is moving just painfully slow this evening. All right. I'm going to take another quick break. I'm going to go fix a cup of coffee this time. I'm going to try to anyway. So I want all y'all just to hang tight. If you're going to stay in here and ride with me all night, you're probably going to need for me to go get a cup of coffee because I'm sleep deprived. So I'm going to leave the feed up. I'm not going to take it down. I'm going to leave the radar up, and I'll be right back with you in just a few minutes as we continue our coverage on Dr. Don's weather. good evening to you, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. We continue our live severe weather coverage, our long-form, wall-to-wall coverage of a line of very strong thunderstorms moving through East Alabama. We are under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, though the watch will not last that long. They will cancel the counties as soon as this line of storms moves through your area. We do have a flash flood warning that has now been issued, and this is going to be for Talladega, just a small portion there of southwest Clay, and that's going to extend down into northwestern Coosa and down into Chilton County. And I'll just read it to you. The National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a flash flood warning for central Chilton County, southeastern Shelby County, western central Clay County, northwestern Coosa, and southwestern Talladega County in east central Alabama. This warning is in effect until 2:45 a.m. At 11:45 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rainfall across the warned area. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain have already fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in a 1 hour period. That is very, very heavy rainfall. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So some areas have already gotten 3 inches of rain, and we could see an additional 2 inches before it's over with. So there could be some 5-inch rain totals across portions of East Alabama before all is said and done with this particular line of thunderstorms. And like I've been telling you since we started all of this afternoon, I really felt like this was going to turn into more of a flash flooding issue than anything else, and I really think we are seeing that happen this evening. So let me look here. I want to see if the Weather Service in Birmingham is saying anything. No, they're really telling the media to hit this flash flood warning hard, and so we will continue to do that for you. We do have a special weather statement that continues, and that is for a strong thunderstorm that's affecting portions of central Talladega, northwestern Coosa, and southwestern Clay County through midnight. We're coming up on midnight right now, and there's the heaviest part of this. It's occurring right there near Sylacauga. And remember, Sylacauga just dealt with a very strong thunderstorm about an hour ago, and here comes another one sitting right over the city of Sylacauga right now. And that's going to continue moving off to the northeast. We may have some small hail within this storm now on the south side of Sylacauga. And then I'll give you some times, and I'm going to zoom back out so you can kind of see where this is going. So we're looking at, let's go to midnight. So it should be in the midway area of Clay County around midnight. Brownsville around 12:03. Shady Grove about 12:07. We're looking at Millerville around 12:13. Then Ashland around 12:21. Central Clay County High School around 12:25. Lineville around 12:28. And if it holds together, Barfield by around 12:32 as this storm moves on off to the northeast. No, the purple probably, well, now see, here's what you've got to understand, folks. These individual storm cells are racing off to the northeast pretty quick. And then the entire line or the entire system is slowly moving to the right or to the east. So this particular area of purple probably will not make it over here to Wedowee. That's going to end up probably up here. I mean, it may not even make it into Ashland. It's going to be a close call, but it's going to be racing off to the northeast. It'll end up up here probably somewhere around Mount Cheehaw or Shulafany up here in Cleburne County. And then we have more storms forming down here to the south, and they'll run along that same line, and then another one will form to the south. We have training going on here. We have storms rotating over the exact same areas, and then the entire system is slowly moving off to the east. So, we're just going to have to wait and see what's downstream by the time the line gets over there into Randolph County to be able to determine what's going to actually move through Wedowee. But the short answer to your question is no. That particular area of purple probably will not make it over here to Wedowee. But you're going to have a lot of rain, and you may have more purple that will develop downstream that will make it into Wedowee by the time this system gets over there. I hope that answers your question. It is confusing, I understand. So Mark is telling us that according to his flag and his windmill, he's getting wind gusts from all different directions. Yeah, that's probable. Um, because we have this. Like I said, I've been saying this. This is a very dynamic situation here. This system is pretty complex, and so we're getting wind that's being pulled down for the upper levels of the atmosphere because of the rain. We've got winds because we're in a gradient setup here as well. We've got convection that's trying to get going over here in Georgia. And then you have that entire line that's coming in from the west. And then you have outflow wind coming up from the north out ahead of the line of storm. So, yeah, your winds probably are gusting in all different directions. Ashley, don't do that. don't have storm anxiety because here's the deal. Look, storms were happening before this old world really got going good, and storms are going to be going on once the lights turned off and we're all out of here. It's just that's just the way it is. We're going to have storms. And as long as you are aware of what's going on and you have a plan of action, as long as you know what to do to protect yourself, you're going to be just fine. And that's why we're here. We're here to let you know what's going on and let you know when you need to take the precautionary measures and to go through your tornado evacuation plan. Most of the people who are injured during severe weather or folks who lose their lives during severe weather had no earthly idea that it was going to storm. They did not know. They had no idea of their surroundings. They didn't take the precautionary measures. Now, I mean, there are exceptions to that, but I'm talking about the overwhelming majority of people who are injured or lose their lives during severe weather just simply were not prepared. They didn't know what was going on, and that's what happens. But you're here. You're listening to what we're telling you. You're watching the radar. We're keeping you updated on what's going on. So you're doing everything you should be doing to minimize the effects of severe weather. And so that should lower your anxiety level a little bit because we're gonna let you know what's going on. We're gonna keep you safe. Brandy's asking the question: will these storms weaken as they move more to the east, northeast? They already have. These storms are not as strong as they once were this afternoon. They've been weakening all afternoon long. We've seen a couple of these storms ramp back up, and that is still possible. And that, I think, is the thinking behind the Storm Prediction Center extending the tornado watch a little further east. I didn't really expect that to happen, but they did it anyway. And I think what their train of thought here is, because some of these storms have been going through cycles, they wanted to continue that tornado watch a little bit further east and for a little bit longer, to just in case some of this stuff does ramp back up. And we did see that storm that came through Sylacauga ramp back up just a few moments ago, but since then we haven't seen anything else close to that. I would be really surprised if they extend it into Georgia. We'll see what they do with it, but I don't think that they will. So, yes, overall, these storms have been weakening. There have been a couple of exceptions, but for the most part, this is not a high-end severe weather threat for East Alabama. I really think the rainfall is more of a threat than the tornado threat at this point. I'll be happy to show you Omaha. If I can get it to pop in. I have to get it centered just right to get it to pop in there, but it should be coming up right there. Anyway, you see Big Springs. You know where Omaha is from Big Springs, so. Uh, some reason it's not popping in right now, but anyway, we know where Omaha's at over here in eastern Randolph County. For real, I'm gonna be tired at work tomorrow too. Will it be a tornado in Roanoke, Alabama? I have no idea. I'll tell you that the tornado threat's not very high, but it's not zero either. Yeah, some reports coming out of Hoover. Things should be improving over there in the Birmingham metro. You're certainly out of the severe threat. They've completely canceled the tornado watch over there for the Birmingham metro, and you got some pockets of heavy rain showers around, especially on the southern side of Birmingham. But for the most part, weather conditions should be improving tremendously over there in the Jefferson County, Shelby County, St. Clair County area, even back down into Tuscaloosa County. Let me go to the composite, and so we can see the big picture. And you'll see that the rain has already completely ended over there on the western side of the state of Alabama. We've got a new tornado warning down here, down here in South Alabama. And that is going to be just north of Monroeville, just to the west southwest of Beatrice. So let me go back to the next rad. Take a look at this. This is certainly out of our coverage area, but we do pay attention to this area of Alabama, especially since we don't have any tornado activity up here in our neck of the woods. We'll take a look at this right quick. And again, if you know anyone who lives in that area, especially now, as it's 12:07 a.m. Most everybody's going to be in the bed. So if you know someone who lives down there near Monroeville or Beatrice, Camden, Alabama is in the direct path of the storm. You might want to call them, or you should call them and make sure that they are aware of what's going on down there. I'm not getting anything off of that. I'm going to go to the mobile. For some reason that data is not wanting to cooperate here. All right, reset again. Okay. That's very noisy. But anyway, your storm down here just north of Monroeville should be right there. Um, just to the west of Beatrice, moving to the north, up there in Camden, Alabama, over there in the western side of the state. Those folks need to be in a place of safety on that. So that's the only tornado warning we have in the state of Alabama at this hour. And again, looking at the big picture there, you see that yellow outline. That is the tornado watch that covers all of central, northeast, or east central, I should say, and South Alabama, south of Montgomery. Now, these storms, I know that polygon is pointed north, but all of this stuff down here in southwest Alabama, which is where I really expect all the big action to start popping now, will stay south of Montgomery. It'll stay south of I-85. None of that's going to make it up here into East Alabama. I would expect these storms, as they get close to Montgomery, to really start falling apart. But anything that forms south of Montgomery for the remainder of the morning is going to have the opportunity of going severe and probably tornadic. It's going to be pretty active down here. And the more active we see the storms get down here in South Alabama, the least active we'll see this stuff up here in East Alabama, because this stuff will block that inflow from the Gulf of Mexico. So the stronger the storms get down here, the weaker they should get across East Alabama. And we'll go back to Birmingham. And folks, you can see we still have, I mean, it's almost like this front has stalled out right there across eastern Talladega and western Clay, because we still have very heavy rainfall training over the exact same locations. Now, we are finally beginning to see a little light rain come into western Randolph County, but the heavy stuff is still just right up that stair step between Talladega and Clay. And then it stretches back down into northwestern Coosa and then back into Chilton. There's going to be so many washed out culverts and dirt roads over here in central Alabama, it's not even going to be funny. Question about Lynette, Alabama. What time will we think the storms will arrive there? I got to be honest with you. At this pace, it may be another 2 hours before you see anything in Lynette. 2 to 2.5 hours. This stuff is just really, really put on the brakes. Let me put the radar in motion here just to get a sense for what we got here. Take it back out to 1 hour. And so this is a 1 hour loop. And you can see it really hasn't moved very much to the east in the last hour at all. We got some stuff building down here that's coming in to the east, but we're talking about the red, pretty much inside that green polygon where the flash flood warning is. You see that it just hasn't advanced very much to the east. It's moving northeast. So it's going to take a minute for it to get over here in Lynette. And then I think we're looking at more of a rain event. And when I say a rain event, I ain't kidding. I'm talking 2 to 5 inches of rain is going to be possible. Unless this thing gets a kick in the britches and it moves on off to the east pretty quick all of a sudden, which is possible. But overall, this is going to be a slow mover. No, it is not in Roanoke yet. I'm just looking on the National Weather Service chat room here, and they're just reporting one flood report right after another out of the city of Birmingham. Flash flooding in Shelby County. Several locations along Valleydale Road reported to be underwater with vehicles stalled in the roadway. Yeah, a lot of these areas in Birmingham that we're seeing reports of flooding typically flood anyway, especially around the River Chase Galleria, Highway 31, Inverness, Highway 280 there at 459. That area is known for flooding, and they certainly have it going on there tonight. I believe they just canceled that tornado warning down south, too. Let me see. Yeah, they did. So that tornado warning we had down there for the possible tornado just west of Beatrice in southwest Alabama, the Weather Service has now canceled that tornado warning. That storm has weakened. So with that, we have no tornado warnings in the state of Alabama at this time. We do have that flash flood warning that covers part of Clay County and southern Talladega, northwest Coosa, down into Chilton. And we have a tornado watch that covers pretty much all of the Dr. Don coverage area, with the exception of our West Georgia counties, until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Though, as this line of storms moves through your area, your county will be canceled from the watch, so I wouldn't anticipate all of our East Alabama counties to stay in the watch until 6 a.m. But I got to tell you, as slow as this thing is moving, it's going to take a lot longer to get it out of here than I originally thought. Thank you, Josh Roberts. I appreciate those kind words, my friend. Thank you, Pat Smith. William, it has already, this entire line has already weakened. I wouldn't say significantly, but it has weakened a good bit since earlier this afternoon. It was there for a while, producing some pretty good thunderstorms that were going tornadic from time to time. But I don't think. So I think it's probably going to maintain the where it's at right now, because it's producing a tremendous amount of rain, and I don't see that weakening. I think we're going to continue to get the rain as it moves into East Alabama. But as far as a tornado threat is concerned, it's not zero, but it's not a high threat of tornadoes either for the areas of East Alabama that are covered by the tornado watch. I really would not anticipate another uptick in intensity, because we have no thermodynamics going on here. However, like I said earlier, this is a very dynamic situation. So sometimes these storms, especially with the jet stream as strong as it is in the upper levels of the atmosphere, sometimes you don't have to have thermodynamics. You don't have to have heating of the day to maintain these storms. But overall, I just don't think we're looking at a significant tornado threat for East Alabama. Now, south of I-85, South of Montgomery, that's a different story. The air is still pretty juicy down there. This is one of the more slower moving storm systems I have ever seen. It was slow coming out of Mississippi, but earlier today, it was in East Mississippi at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It was beginning to move into West Alabama by about 4 o'clock this afternoon. And I'm like, I think this thing may be running a little bit ahead of schedule. There's no way it's going to take, another 10 hours for it to move across the state of Alabama, but it certainly has. And you can see here in Talladega County, that rain area is expanding. Yes, the lightning output has lessened a good bit. And I really think we're evolving into a flooding rain event here for East Alabama. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that there's some locations right there along the Clay County, Talladega County line that's probably approaching 5 inches of rain right now, and this is going to be just in the last couple of hours. We may see some incredible rain totals before this is over with. Well, the trend at the moment, Chris, is the lightning is beginning to lessen a good bit, but the rain is increasing. Yeah, y'all got to be careful over in the Lime community because that much rain, y'all ought to slide right off into Weehadkee over there. We'd never find y'all. So if you're just joining us, we're coming up on 12:21 a.m. It is now Wednesday morning. We are watching severe weather across East Alabama and West Georgia. Primarily, we are here because of a tornado watch that the Storm Prediction Center issued for East Alabama. The watch officially goes until 6 a.m. this morning. Typically, our storm systems move much quicker than this, and I would not expect to stay under that tornado watch the entire time, but as slow as this front's moving, I think anything's possible at this point. I don't think we have an especially high tornado threat for East Alabama, though it's not zero, so there is a threat. It's just that I think the further south you go, the better the tornado threat's going to be, or the stronger the threat's going to be. And the further north you go, the more of a rain threat this event will be. And I think our northern counties here across the Dr. Don coverage area is more in a rain threat than tornado. But we cannot rule out the possibility of a quick spin up, so that's why we're here, and we're going to ride this thing until that threat has ended. So let me look at what's going on up here in my neck of the woods. I hadn't even looked at it tonight. Okay, yeah, we're just now getting in on the rain up here in northeast Georgia, and there's a lot of it. Kidoki. Loot that right quick. Yeah, every bit of that rain's headed directly at us. Joy. Okay, we gotta restart again. All right, that's not cool. Can't get it. Y'all bear with me. We're having a little technical difficulties here this morning. All right. There we go. I want to go up here and take a look at this little piece of the storm right here. This is there near Chambers Springs or to the west-northwest of Ashland. This area right here. I don't see anything tornadic there, but that may be an indication of some hail. And this little area there south of Waldo along 77, maybe trying to re-intensify a little bit. Yeah, there's a little bit of wind right there. Right in that area. Just north of Chambers Springs. Right there along the Clay County, Talladega County line. But again, it's not. That's not an indication that we've got anything going on in this storm. But it is an indication that the storm may be ramping back up just a little bit right there. So you folks over here in Bowden Grove, between Bowden Grove and Waldo, you got a pretty good little segment of this storm headed at you. We're finally beginning to get a little rain over in Randolph County, but again, folks, that's the leading edge of all of this. But the heaviest part of this is still just training right up the Clay County, Talladega County line. If you've got to travel on a dirt road anywhere over here in eastern Talladega or western Clay before sunrise this morning, I would highly suggest you don't. I'll just go ahead and put it to you like that. I would not. Because it's going to be hard to see, and I can almost guarantee you there are going to be some washed out dirt roads and culverts, even some of the paved roads, secondary roads over in this part of Clay and Talladega. There could be some washed out culverts as well. There's going to be some flooding issues right there along the Talladega County, Clay County line. Yeah, Cora, I'm not surprised about that at all. Cora says that her mother-in-law has informed her that her carport's flooding. She lives in Sylacauga. That's Sylacauga. From Sylacauga all the way up to about Mount Cheehaw has just been hammered over the last couple of hours with rain. It's just incredible. I think 5 inches is going to be very common in that area before this is over with. Hump day. Okay, if you promise you have your weather radio right beside your bed and you have a fresh battery in it, we will let you go to bed. You're probably, if you're ahead of the line, you're probably not going to get much sleep, but you can certainly give it a shot. And again, folks, whoops, that ain't what I wanted to post. I don't even know where that came from. I don't know what that is. So I was going to post the Restream link. I don't know what that is I've got stuck in there right now. Let me get that off the screen. Gosh, where'd all this gibberish come from? I know y'all can't see it. I was pasting the link so that you can do the Restream thing so I can see who you are, and I don't know what I just pasted here. It's going on forever. Yeah, so the rain is coming in out there on 22 now, just west of Roanoke. But the heavy stuff is still stuck over there in Talladega and Clay, and I'm baffled. I gotta be honest with you. It's just not moving. It's just sitting there. It's past my bedtime too, Regina. I believe I could sleep for 3 or 4 days. That's a lie. If I went there and laid down right now, I would be wide awake at 4:30. But it would be nice to try. Yeah, I see it there on the radar, Jimmy. You should be getting some rain in there now. Thanks, Chance. I appreciate that. Well, the lakes can pretty much handle it um, because of the control of the dams. It's the rivers that it may be an issue in the coming days. And immediately, I mean, like ongoing right now, the big issue is going to be the runoff and the creeks and streams and the culverts that are going to be washed out. There's going to be a significant amount of culverts and roads washed away after this is over with, especially in Talladega and Western Clay. We'll see if that if that ever finally migrates off to the east, we'll see. But for now, seems to be just stuck over there in Talladega and Clay. All right, so I'm going to have to close my restream. Let's see how this is going to work. That's the wrong one. Let's log back in. Let's copy that link address and let's close that. All right, now I'm back in. So that is the link. If you are on Facebook, and if you have not already done this, please click on that link and allow Restream to attach to your Facebook account. Now, that doesn't mean that anybody's going to take over your account. That just simply allows our streaming platform to identify who you are, so I can see your name when you type something in the chat room. That's all it is. If you're over on YouTube, you don't have to do that. But if you're a Facebook user, please click that link and allow Facebook to link with Restream so that we can see who you are. Foster's Crossroads for the night. Anything severe? Well, you're under a tornado watch there in Randolph County. So anytime you're under a tornado watch and anytime we have a strong cold front moving through this time of year, there's always a risk of severe weather. But I don't see anything severe in the sense of tornadoes out there right now. I do see the risk of flooding, and that is considered part of severe weather as well. But it's kind of parked over Talladega and Clay County right now. The heavy rain is. We're beginning to see some heavier showers develop into western Randolph. But that really, really heavy stuff is just parked right there over from about Childersburg down to just west of Ashland, and then back to the northeast up to around Mount Cheehaw. It's been sitting there for about 2 hours. That should have slowly continued to move to the east, but it hasn't. It's just stayed right there the entire time. So we'll see. But overall, for your question, I don't see anything severe tornado-wise for Foster's Crossroads. Yeah, Fort Valley will get some rain out of this. Tornadoes, I mean, you're further south, and the further south you go, yes, Sharon, I can see you fine. The further south you go, I mean, you guys should be able to see it. When you post something, if it says Facebook user right above your post, then I don't know who you are. If your name is there, then you're good. So if it says Facebook user after you make a post, then you need to click on that Restream link and link it up with your Facebook account so that your name will appear. Fort Valley is further south, and the further south you go, the better the chance for severe weather will be. I'm not sure you're quite far enough south. I think this area, probably across Alabama from about, I don't know, let's go with Camden down to Troy, over to Eufaula, maybe just north of Albany, maybe Cordele, and then over to around Douglas and maybe down to Brunswick. I think we'll stand the better chances of seeing the severe. But, I mean, at the rate it's moving now, that's another consideration to take into place here. As slow as it's moving, it may be well after sunrise before you get this line. So once the sun comes up and we start to get some heating going, these things could re-intensify again. You see all these circles, folks. Down here in South Alabama, those are all mesocycles. Those are rotating thunderstorms, which all thunderstorms rotate to a certain degree or they wouldn't be a thunderstorm. But you see there's a lot of stuff going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere. You can see all those little curly cues and little twirly signs down there. Those are all mesocycles. And while that in itself is not an indication of a tornado, that is one thing you look for. There's several factors you look for, that being just one of them. So, I mean, it's a dynamic setup here. So, yeah, we could certainly see these things rejuvenate as they move off to the east during the overnight and certainly after the sun comes up tomorrow morning across South Georgia. And you don't see nearly as many of those curly cues down here or up here in East Alabama. There's one over there around Clanton, some of that heavy rainfall there. What's happening right there, you've heard me say this tonight, what's happening right here, you see how heavy the rainfall is? It's pulling winds down from the upper levels of the atmosphere. That's why you have that rotation going on right there. That's aloft. That is not on the ground. Beginning to see some lightning output up here around Anniston. We really haven't seen that much north of I-20 throughout most of this event, but some of that heavy stuff that's been parked over Talladega and Western Clay is now beginning to move to the northeast a little bit up there around Anniston, Oxford. It is just pouring up there along I-20 at the Anniston-Oxford exit, and so we're beginning to see a little better lightning output up there as well. Raining in Omaha. Thank you, Cindy Smith. I see you now. Dothan, Alabama. I spent a couple, 3 or 4, 5, 6 years down there. Worked for WTVY back in the 80s. Well, Regina, I actually have thought about that. And that's, you know, I love to teach. I'm a certified instructor in the state of Georgia for other stuff. So I love to teach. And so that's why I like these long-form weather broadcasts, especially the informal piece, because I love to answer your questions. I love for you guys to ask questions about what you're seeing on the screen, and if you don't understand what you're looking at, I really like that. I would much rather you ask me questions about the radar than to ask me, what about this town? What about this town? What about this town? You know, the forecast most always, especially because we cover such a small area, is going to be the same in every one of those what about questions that you see on the screen. And so I'd much rather you ask me questions about how does this work? Why does this work this way? What does that mean on the radar? What does this mean? That kind of stuff, I'm all over it. I'm passionate about that. So don't ever hesitate to ask questions about weather and what you're looking at on the screen. I would really love to make sure that you guys understand what you're looking at, because that's all part of being prepared and staying safe during severe weather. You really need to understand what you're looking at. You need to know where you are on a map. You need to know what the surrounding counties are that are around you. And especially you younger folks out there, I know they don't teach that stuff in school much anymore. But they need to, because it definitely could save your life one day. So ask away. I'm glad to answer those questions for you. Good morning, Valley, Alabama. Yeah, that's an indication of upper level rotation in those storms. Now, that's the radar's interpretation of what it thinks is going on in that storm. That's not the gospel. But, you know, it's right more than it's wrong as far as that upper level air rotation is concerned. So, yeah, that's what that is. And the algorithm in the radar too, if conditions get just right, it'll pop a TDS signature on there too. It'll tell you. The radar will say, you might want to look at this a little bit closer. I think we have a tornado here. And you'll see that little purple triangle pop up. Now, a lot of times that will happen and there's nothing there. It's just because of the veering of the different levels of the atmosphere, and the computer model just gets confused. But yeah, it'll tell you what it thinks it's looking at, and then you have to look at different other different things to try to confirm. And I always confirm it with what the Weather Service is telling us, because those guys and gals at the Weather Service, they're the ones who are charged with issuing warnings. They're the ones who spend 4.5, 5, 6 years at Mississippi State University getting those meteorology degrees, and they are much smarter about all this stuff than I am, and I'm just a messenger. I try to deliver the message to you, but I've been doing it so long, I've picked up on a good bit of it, and that's why all of this works. I am not a meteorologist, nor do I claim to be one. I am a messenger. I bring you the information from the National Weather Service and pass it along to you, maybe in a way that is a little easier to understand. And we're able to give you a product here that Birmingham and Atlanta just can't do for East Alabama and West Georgia. So that's why we're here. Couple of drops of rain in McKenzie, Alabama, and wind is picking up. Appreciate you. Alexander City is quiet for now. It is. You got some rain knocking on your door, though, Sharon. Go back up 280. Beginning to see some rain back over there in Coosa County. Kellyton, it's raining. But the really heavy stuff is still off to your northwest, moving to the northeast. And the whole complex there is just really slowing down a good bit. Though the last couple of volume scans, I'm beginning to see a little more red to the south that may be working a little bit to the east. It seems to be intensifying with the rain rates. So maybe things are starting to improve a little bit for Talladega and Clay. But look at all this stuff down here around Clanton, back into Autauga County there just west of Prattville. All of that is what's going to be moving up into Clay, Coosa first, and then over into Tallapoosa, Clay, Randolph, and eventually Chambers. So this is the area you got to watch down here. Put a big old circle on that for you. That's the weather that will eventually end up across East Alabama. And I told you earlier we would have to wait until it got a little bit closer before we could kind of start painting the picture of what you can expect across Clay, Randolph, Talladega, or Tallapoosa, and Chambers. And that's it. This heavy stuff, this heavy rain. There's nothing tornadic back here, but there is a lot of heavy rain. That is what is going to be moving toward the rest of our East Alabama counties, and eventually it'll make it over here into West Georgia. I have no idea what that message is. Has anybody else gotten that? Oh, wait a minute. You're on YouTube. You don't have to do that. I can see you fine. This is only for Facebook users. YouTube has an agreement with Restream already. Restream is the product that we use to distribute our signal to all of our different social media platforms, and it also combines all of our chat rooms into one so that I can see all of you guys regardless of whether you're on Facebook or YouTube on the back end. For some reason, Facebook changed the way they do things, so now you have to go, if you're a Facebook user, You have to go through one extra step for me to be able to see who you are. But if you're already on YouTube, you don't have to worry about doing that. This is for Facebook users only. Montgomery, capital city of the great state of Alabama. Let's see. Yeah, it's just rain right now. I mean, there's a heavy line of showers from just south of Clanton down to around Billingsley and back to the west of Prattville, maybe just a little bit west of Otagoville. And that's going to eventually come through Montgomery, but nothing severe. As a matter of fact, we have 0 warnings in the state of Alabama right now. Well, hang on a second before I say something here. That looks like a severe thunderstorm warning right there. That's primarily, it may catch a little bit of Baldwin County, but it's primarily in Florida. So really, for all practical purposes, we have no warnings anywhere in the state of Alabama at this hour. So I think Montgomery's fine. Yeah, that's a mesoscale. So it's a mesocycle. That is that's rotation in the upper levels of the atmosphere. I think it just left, but it was sitting here just a few minutes ago spinning. That's all it's doing. It's just telling you there's rotation in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Look, it wouldn't be a thunderstorm if it didn't rotate. Now, all thunderstorms rotate. That does not mean, just because the storm's rotating, that does not mean that there is a tornado in that storm. That is one of the things you look at, but there are a lot of different things you have to look at to determine whether you have tornadic activity or not. Oh, you're talking about the polygon. That's a flash flood warning. Yeah, I'm sorry. That is a flash flood warning, and that is southern Talladega, extreme southwest Clay, northwest Coosa, and it stretches down into Chilton County. That is a flash flood warning. I think it goes to like 2:15. We've had storms training right here in the same location for the last couple of hours, and it's just dumped a copious amount of rain. And here comes more rain. I mean, it's just right over the same locations. Yes, all of East Alabama is in the path of this line of storms. The storms individually are moving to the northeast. As a whole, they're moving east. Valley is east of this line of storms, so eventually it will move through Valley. You're welcome, Mark. See, so Valley is right over here. You see where my cursor is there on the screen. Valley is right in that area on I-85, and you can see the direction the whole thunderstorm complex is moving. Again, the individual storms are moving northeast, but as a whole, the entire system is sliding to the east. So eventually, it will move over Chambers County. It will move over Valley. It'll end up over here in West Georgia. It'll continue moving off to the east until it traverses the entire state of Alabama and Georgia. Well, Regina, next time we have one, which I hope is never, I'll zoom in real close so you can see what the hook echo looks like. That's a classic telltale sign of a thunderstorm going tornadic, but you don't always have that classic hook. Back in the early days of radar, back before Doppler came along, that was the only thing you could look for, was that little hook way back in the day. But since Doppler has come along, there's several other factors different ways or different things you can look at within the storm to determine whether you have a tornadic storm or not. That is one of them, but that's not always the best thing to look for. Just because a storm is absent of a hook echo doesn't mean it can't go tornadic. It can. Heavy rain in Jackson's Gap. Yeah, it's down here on 280. You had a heavy band that just moved over Jackson Gap. There you are on the radar, and here comes that heavy band, just moved over you. Should be letting up a little bit now, and then you're going to have another little wave that'll come across in just a few moments. And then if I back out a little bit, you can see that that really heavy stuff is still back over in central and western Coosa and back into Chilton County. So you're getting some stuff that's running out ahead of the main line. So the main stuff it has not made it to you just yet. I got to be honest with you. If the Weather Service would just go ahead and cancel this tornado watch, we'd call the dogs off on this one and go to the house. Because I really, really think this is going to be more of a rain event now than anything else. But I've been wrong before, so we're not going to do that. We're going to stay with it until we know everybody's safe. Yeah, temperatures fall off pretty good. Let's see. So Montgomery's reporting 72. And it's like in the low 60s over in Mississippi. Well, actually, we got some upper 50s up in northwest Alabama. So, yeah, we're probably looking at a decent 20-degree departure, front side of the line versus the back side of the line. So we will see a significant temperature change once this line of storms moves through. But you can see, and it's easy to see just by looking at the temperature profile where the most instability is across the state of Alabama, and that's going to be basically from about Montgomery over to about Columbus and south. I mean, we have 70s all over southeast Alabama. Look at down here at the coast, 73. So, yeah, it's real easy to pick out where the storms have the potential of being the strongest as this line moves off to the east. Julie, we wondering the same thing. This joker has been taking its time. Um, we're beginning to see some rain push into Randolph County now, though the main line is still kind of hung up over here across western Clay County down into Coosa. But, the rain starts in Roanoke here pretty much any moment, and it'll continue for the next couple of 2-3 hours before we get all of this out of here. I know, Sharon. I understand that. They put so much information on here. Sometimes it's very difficult to see. That's why I try to zoom in um, on individual counties and just kind of rotate around. It makes it a little easier to see. And especially if you're trying to watch us on a phone, well, you've got a really small screen. That makes it even worse. But there's your county, and there's Alexander City. Really, all you've got down there right now is just some Moderate to heavy rain, occasionally heavy rain showers. Nothing severe. Now, what's happening is we've got more people. More people are affected by storms. I mean, we go through periods of heavier storms than other periods, but overall, I don't think storms are. I don't think there's more storms. I don't think that storms are getting more severe. We have more people. We have more densely populated areas, and more people are affected by storms. Therefore, they get reported more. We talk about them more. More people see storms, and so it appears that there are more storms. And like I said, some seasons are more active than others, but overall, no. Storms have been happening since the beginning of time, and I don't. I'm just not a huge believer of this whole global warming thing causing storms to be more significant. And I mean, weather comes and goes in cycles, and that can be proven. All you have to do is do a little studying on it, a little research, and you can see that. Um, it's just there are more people affected by storms. You can take an F5 tornado and run it through rural Randolph County and knock down 1,000 trees, and it doesn't affect anybody. You can take that same tornado and run it through downtown New Orleans, such as what happened last night, and all of a sudden it becomes worldwide news. So that's what's going on, in my opinion. Hey, Seth Johnson, welcome to the family. Nice to have you. No warnings out there right now, Josh. We have a tornado watch that covers East Alabama, but no warnings at the moment. Gusty winds in Roanoke. Thanks, Cindy. Thank you, Julie. Yeah, Julie, I really don't see anything to be concerned about in Roanoke right now. I mean, it's going to rain for sure, but gosh, um, we've gone several hours with no tornado warnings on the um, north of Montgomery. We've gone several hours with no tornado warnings, and we've gone well over an hour now without a severe thunderstorm warning. So the trend is there that these storms are turning into more of a rain event than anything else. I'm not going to say that they're weakening. They're just not producing severe weather, such as tornadoes, winds in excess of 58 miles per hour, or hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. That's not happening. So that's a good sign. So, I don't think there's anything to be concerned about at the moment. And I really don't think that's going to change. Same thing for Standing Rock. Just a lot of heavy rain. We got to wait and see if that heavy rain sets up anywhere else across East Alabama. It's just ugly over here from southwest of Clanton, Alabama, all the way to Mount Cheahaw. We have had just copious amounts of rain. That's why that green box is there. That is a flash flood warning for those areas, because the rain's just been parked there for about the last 2 hours. All right, so they're making a few adjustments to the tornado watch. Let's see. We continue the flash flood warning. The flash flood warning continues for Chilton, Clay, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega until 2:45. The Storm Prediction Center has convective outlook. They canceled the tornado watch for Perry County. That's over in West Alabama. And they continue the tornado watch for Autauga, Barber, Bullock, Chambers, Chilton, Clay, Coosa, Dallas, Elmore, Lee, Lowndes, Macon, Montgomery, Pike, Randolph, Russell, Talladega, and Tallapoosa until 6 a.m. So, a little housekeeping right there. Now, let me see if we've got. It looks like the severe risk moving forward after the sun rises today is going to shift over into southeast Alabama, northwest Florida, southern and middle Georgia, and then up into the Carolinas. And it's going to be a slight risk. So we lose the moderate risk that we had this afternoon across Mississippi and southwest Alabama. So they'll maintain that slight risk on off to the east. So we could see a tornado watch in middle and southern Georgia. I really don't think we'll see it much further north than Atlanta, though, if they choose to go that route. I tried to not second guess them, but I tried to guess them on what they were going to do with the watch earlier today, and I was wrong. So we'll have to see what they do for Georgia later on today. All right, folks, I'm got to go fill the coffee cup up. So I'm going to take another short break. I will leave the feed up. It drug the muffler across Cheehaw, and that's why it stalled out. I think you're exactly right, Greg. That's pretty good stuff. You want to see Standing Rock on the map? Yeah. We can do it. And there she blows. There's Standing Rock, Alabama, up there in extreme northeast Chambers County. And you can see the heavy rain is really just off to your west-southwest. But, again, this is a slow mover. It's going to take it a minute to get in there. I know, right, Cecilia? Yeah, so there's a lengthy question there about lightning. Um, and so the question basically is, are certain areas more susceptible to lightning strikes, or more, or are there hot spots for lightning strikes? There's kind of two ways to look at that. Lightning is going to take the least path of resistance. It's just like water. It's going to go it's going to go to the point that it can get to the quickest without having to work the hardest. And the lightning has to go to ground. It's looking for ground. And so what happened when it hit those trees, the discharge got into the ground. It hit those gas lines. I had the same thing happen to me, except it wasn't gas. It was water. It was copper tubing, and it put microscopic holes all in that copper tubing, and we didn't even know it until about 3 or 4 months later when we got a water bill that was just ungodly. But lightning is going to take the path of least resistance. So if there is a tall tree, in the area typically is what lightning goes to because it can get to it quicker than it quickest versus the ground. Then that's where it's going to go. And lightning can strike in the exact same spot more than once. That's been documented forever. But maybe though, unfortunately, if you have two trees that were struck by lightning, if you haven't already removed those trees, if they didn't just totally disintegrate when they got hit, they're most likely not going to survive. And so once those trees are gone, maybe that will remove that path of least resistance in your yard, and maybe you won't have to deal with that again. But yeah, yes and no to your answer. I mean, there's not an identified object that lightning likes to hit. It is most of the time it's going to go to the quickest point it can get to, and that would be the tallest object in and around your home, which typically are trees. And then it gets into the ground and gets into your pipes. And back in the day, they used to think it was best to ground your electrical system to your plumbing in your house. That was back when everybody used copper and galvanized pipe. And have since learned that that's not the best thing to do because of lightning strikes. So, yeah, it's kind of how all that works. No tornadoes in and around the East Alabama area. We did have multiple tornado warnings back off to the west earlier today or late last night. And then we've had a couple of tornado warnings down in South Alabama. I haven't seen any ground truth confirmation of any damage down there around Gulf Shores, but we did have a confirmed tornado on the ground down there about an hour or so ago. Nothing across East Alabama or West Georgia as far as confirmed tornadoes are concerned. You don't have to do that, Cecilia, though that is a fantastic gesture. We appreciate it. Power flash and lightning. Power flash is when wind knocks down a power line and you see a flash of light that's coming from a transformer that's blowing up. Lightning is a lightning bolt that comes from the cloud. So that's when you hear them talking about power flashes, that's typically an indication that there's a tornado on the ground because it's taking down power lines and transformers, and you're seeing flashes of light because the transformers are blowing up. And then lightning, of course, comes from the cloud. That's where the thunder comes. Thunder is the sound of lightning. You see the lightning first, then you hear the thunder. Oh, trees are most definitely my biggest concern as well. We live up here in the North Georgia mountains on the side of a mountain, and I have been slowly taking down trees that are close enough to hit my house because that is my number one concern here as well. And a lot of times, that's what happens. Trees fall on homes, and people get trapped in those homes. It's from trees falling on homes more so than it is wind destroying a home. It's the wind knocking down trees that destroy homes. Yeah, sweet gum and a cedar. Yeah, yeah. There are not many trees that can survive a strike. I mean, I have seen trees that continued to live. They just had that spiral all the way around the trunk, all the way to the ground. But most trees that get, especially if they take a direct strike, they're done. Okay, all right, I got sidetracked. I'm going to go redo the coffee cup and take a short break. I'm going to leave the feed up, and I'll be right back with you. And our live severe weather coverage will continue here on Dr. Don's Weather. Stay with us. All right, good morning, East Alabama and West Georgia. We continue our long-form coverage here on Dr. Don's Weather, our wall-to-wall coverage as we watch this potential low-end severe weather event across East Alabama. This, I think, is slowly but surely turning into a rain event across most of East Alabama and West Georgia. A tornado watch does officially remain in effect for all of our East Alabama counties until 6 a.m. this morning. It does not include any of our West Georgia counties. It is 1:21 a.m. It is now Wednesday morning, March 23rd, 2022 on Dr. Don's Weather. And folks, I want to give you a link here. And this is to our website there at Dr. Don's Weather. And there on the home page, you can support us on Dr. Don's Weather if you so wish. We appreciate that. Thank you, Norma White. Norma is supporting us this morning, and we appreciate that. We have several of you that support us in several different ways, and you know who you are. We appreciate everything that you guys do. And, we do pretty much operate off of your support and our partners that you see here on Dr. Don's Weather, and we appreciate anything you can do to help us out. It goes a long way because it's not just time that we put into doing this. There are costs on the back end of all of this. The radar that you see is the same technology that the Birmingham stations use, the same technology that the Atlanta television stations use. We have just all kinds of different applications that we use, subscriptions that we subscribe to be able to keep you up to date on the latest weather information across East Alabama and West Georgia. And there is a cost involved in all of this. You would not believe the extent we have had to go to get reliable internet service to be able to push this information out to you in a timely manner. So anything you can do to help us out, we greatly appreciate it. And again, all you have to do is hit that drdonwx.com there on the home page. On the right-hand side, there's a button there. It says Donate. It is quick, it's fast, it's secure, and you can help us out by doing that. We certainly do appreciate what you do for us. Miss Cecilia, she's one of them. She knows it, and we appreciate her. We go way back. For those of you that don't know, I spent 22 years in broadcast radio in East Alabama and West Georgia, and Miss Cecilia's down there in Penn, Alabama, and she was a faithful Dr. Don follower down there, and we've been gone from that area for about 10 years, even though we still have family down there. We come down there quite often. She has found me on social media, and we appreciate that. And there are several of you that fall into that category, and that's what makes all of this work. That was always my thing in radio over the years. I always followed the weather very closely, and folks knew that if the weather turned bad in East Alabama or West Georgia, it didn't matter what time of day or night it was, I'd be there. That's just something I've always had a passion to do, and with modern technology the way it is these days, we're able to do that for you again. Yeah, all's quiet in Roanoke right now. I've got some heavy rain up there on the north end of Randolph County. And the main line, which is, for all practical purposes, has really kind of stalled out now across Talladega and Clay. And so we're seeing heavy rain continue to run over the same locations time after time after time. And these poor folks over here around Sylacauga and Childersburg, extreme southwest Clay County, just getting walloped with one rainstorm right after another. And that's the biggest threat now, I think, is going to be flooding, flash flooding. And that's what this green polygon is that you see on the screen. That's a flash flood warning that the Weather Service put out there an hour or so ago, and it's going to remain in effect through about 2:30, I believe, this morning. But we are beginning to see some heavier rain showers develop to the south, moving up into Coosa County, and that will come up into Clay. And eventually we'll see the same thing happen in Talladega and Chambers, and also up into Randolph. But I really think this is turning into more of a flash flood threat than a tornado threat, even though we are still under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. this morning. No, Heather, I don't think you really need to be concerned about the winds in Standing Rock right now because those are gradient winds. They're not really coming from a thunderstorm or a tornado or anything like that. Those are non-convective winds. They're not associated with a thunderstorm. It's going to be windy. It's going to be windy. Probably through mid morning or maybe even this afternoon. We may still have some wind gust of 20 to 30 miles per hour. So, no, I mean, anytime the wind gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour, there has to be concern because a tree can come down, but it's not coming from a severe thunderstorm or a tornado. Yeah, I can show the whole state of Alabama. Let me switch radars too because we're just looking at Birmingham right there. Let me take Birmingham off and put the composite on, which shows the big picture. And there you go. There's the entire state of Alabama. Pretty much lined up from Chattanooga, Tennessee, back down to around Birmingham, and then down to about Biloxi, Mississippi. That's where the backside of all this is. And then we see some really heavy convection out in the Gulf of Mexico, and that may help us out. That may keep the best energy down here in the south, and that may help lessen some of this stuff that's trying to fire up here in East Alabama. White County, Georgia. Let me see if I know where that's at. I live in White County. I'm in extreme southwest White County, Georgia. And it looks like just a heavy rain event for us up here in northeast Georgia. I don't see any severe weather concerns at the moment, though we are under the slight category, which is a 2 out of 5. We haven't seen any severe weather much north of I-20 throughout this entire event today and even into yesterday. So unless something changes, I don't see much of a threat of severe weather in White County. There is a flooding threat though, because the rain is just now moving into the western side of White, and it's going to rain now for several hours across northeast Georgia. I mean, it may rain for another 4 or 5 hours, and it has the potential of being heavy at times. So I think that'll be the biggest threat up here. Let me take the reflectivity off. Now, there's your tornado watch. It's kind of easier to see without the reflectivity on. Um, that's the tornado watch that currently covers Alabama and down into northern Florida. Basically, from about Apalachicola all the way back to Mobile, and then from Mobile to just south of Birmingham, up to Talladega County and back over to Cleburne, and then right down the Alabama-Georgia state line, all the way back down to Florida. Is where the current tornado watch is situated, and that is in effect until 6 a.m. this morning. At the moment, we have no tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings anywhere within that watch box. We have a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm north of Pensacola that's probably going to end up in South Alabama. And then we have a flash flood warning that covers portions of Talladega, Clay, Coosa, and Chilton counties across central Alabama. Put the reflectivity on, and we'll go back to East Alabama. Okay, so Alexandria actually lives in Helen. Yeah, absolutely keep the flooding threat in mind in Helen, because we know what the Chattahoochee has the capabilities of doing in Helen. I also work in emergency management, and White County is one of my counties, so I've been up there in Helen the last several times there have been flooding up there, so I know how fast it goes south up there. I've worked several events up there. But I'm not really sure we're looking at that, though we can't completely rule it out. All right, so Heather wants to see Bacon level on the map. And Heather, this would be the only map you'll ever see Bacon level on. I can pretty much assure you that. But I got it. I've got it plotted on our radar. There it is right there. Bacon level, Alabama. Randolph County. That's a suburb of Rock Mills. That's the southern burbs of Rock Mills right there. Or the northern burbs of Standing Rock. However you want to look at it. Buxton. You got some heavy rain in the area, moderate rain in the area. The really heavy stuff remains off to your west. You got a few cells there just north of you that's producing some pretty heavy rain. That's going to rotate on up into Clay. We've got heavy rain covering most of Clay County now. And that stretches up into northern Randolph, on up into Cleburne. But the flooding rain still hanging out over Talladega County back down into western Coosa. It's been like that now for a couple of hours. Yeah, Pell City's in good shape. You've just got some heavy rain up there right now along I-20, up there on the lake. I would expect that this heavy stuff in Talladega will eventually move in your general direction. And when I say heavy stuff, I'm talking about rain. There's nothing severe out there at the moment, even though we still have a tornado watch in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. No warnings right now other than the flash flood warning down there in Talladega County. You're welcome, Karen. Valley, Alabama. Oh, come on, Josh. You can do it. You can stay up all night with us. And there's Valley right there, just south of I-85. Just some light rain off to the west. The heavier stuff is still probably an hour or so away from getting into the Valley area. I have not checked the river gauge on the Tallapoosa recently. I'll go do that in a few minutes, but I wouldn't think that the river has moved much at all yet, unless Alabama Power is opening gates in anticipation of runoff north of the reservoir. That's possible. That takes a while. That reaction takes a while. I mean, if we were to have 4 or 5 inches of rain in the drainage basin that dumps into R.L. Harris Reservoir, typically that takes 12 to 24 hours before it really starts to cause a problem, unless Alabama Power starts opening gates in preparation for that. This time of year, the lake is it's running about 8 feet below full pool, so they don't have to be so quick to open those gates. So if I had to guess, they have not opened any gates yet because they've got plenty of room in the reservoir to hold the runoff. But if they were to get excessive rainfall around the lake or north of the lake that would drain into the reservoir, then they might start opening gates, but that probably wouldn't happen for another several hours, and then it just takes a while for that river level to come up once they do that. And there hasn't been that much rain in the basin area just yet. That may change over the next couple of hours, but so far there hasn't been that much. You're welcome, Heather. Yeah, Beauregard, you don't have anything even remotely close to you just yet. We would still pay attention to this stuff back over around I-65 for Lee County, and that's still several hours away. So you're sitting pretty in Beauregard at the moment. I know you guys don't even like to see a dark cloud down there. Y'all have had a rough go of it. The last couple of volume scans, we're beginning to see some heavier showers come into southwest Randolph County. Raining pretty good now in downtown Wadley and back up toward Almond, Malone, up toward Lake Wedowee. And then north of Wedowee, across the probably the northern quarter of Randolph County, on up into Cleburne, back over to Carroll, up around Bremen, some very heavy rainfall. Scattered heavy showers now over most of Clay County. But again, you got to look over there in Talladega. I know I sound like a broken record, and this has been going on now for approaching 3 hours. We've just had extremely heavy rainfall taking place over there in Talladega County. Got a pretty good thunderstorm popping up down here south of Montgomery. That'd be south of Selma. That could eventually end up, we're talking, this is a long way off, but we'll watch that cell because that could eventually end up in Montgomery and could ride right along I-85 and could potentially end up over in southern Lee County or maybe Muskogee or Chattahoochee County in a couple of hours or so. That's the only one I see out there right now that's really had any kind of uptick in the last few minutes. So watch that one a little bit. Here's a close-up of Talladega, Clay, Randolph, Cleburne, and southern Calhoun. You can see that flashing purple over there just north of Childersburg, just to the west and southwest of Talladega. That's very heavy rainfall, and it's just been hanging over there all night and all morning. It's slowly moving toward Talladega, so very, very heavy rainfall about to move into the city of Talladega. There's a look at Coosa, Tallapoosa, Chambers, and southern Randolph, Clay, and Talladega. And you can see over there in Chambers, it's just mostly light rain at this hour. Some scattered heavier showers from Alexander City up to Hackneyville. Moderate shower over there around Daviston. Then in Coosa County, really 280 and 231 and 22, all a very wet ride this morning. Raining pretty heavy now in Weguffka, also down there around Rockford. We'll go a little bit further south, looking at Elmore County, southern Tallapoosa, southern Chambers, and Lee. We see one cell there just to the west of Kalijah that's dumping some pretty heavy rainfall. Moderate rain down there in Montgomery. That's lifting off to the north. So Wetumpka, you've got some heavier showers there just to your south. And then over there in Lee County, we've got some moderate showers just south of I-85 there, just south of the Auburn exit. That'll probably make its way up there across Opelika in the next 30 minutes or so. We'll move over into Georgia. We'll take a look at Troup and northern Harris County. See some showers over there around Woodbury. Not much happening in the Troup County area at this hour. Maybe some light showers over there on the western side across West Point Lake. And then we'll continue on to the north in Heard County. All's quiet in Franklin. Light rain falling now in central Hatchie. And as we continue on to the north, we begin to get into some heavier rain showers from about Carrollton north up to Bremen, back over to Villa Rica along I-20, and then back into Cleburne County. Heavy rainfall up there on the north end of the county. Coldwater's getting some pretty heavy rain. A small but heavy rain shower moving into the Heflin area. And then scattered heavy showers up there around Jacksonville. Maybe a little mixed in small hail around Jacksonville, but nothing severe. And that's pretty much a tour of what we're looking at this morning across East Alabama and West Georgia. I'll zoom out, kind of give you a good look here at the overall picture as that tornado watch continues until 6 a.m. this morning. For those of you that haven't seen it yet, we had a rather large and appears to have been significant tornado move through New Orleans around 7 o'clock last night. And I've really been busy with our coverage here, so I haven't been able to really do a lot of checking to see exactly how much damage, but it looked like there may be some pretty significant damage down there. Yeah, you've got a lot of instability down there in southwest Alabama. And actually, I don't see quite as much down there as I did earlier. But that's the area where if we're going to have severe weather, that's where I would expect it. And you should be getting on the back side of everything. Let me go back to the composite, make sure I'm seeing everything. Yeah. Real heavy thunderstorm there just to the northwest of Crestview, Florida, about to move up into southern Alabama, just east of Atmore. That's a pretty heavy cell there. I don't see anything even close to being severe now down in southwest Alabama. The next heaviest cell is going to be southeast of Selma. It'll be just to the southwest of Whitehall. That's moving to the northeast. That'll probably make it up into southern Autauga. Probably will cross the Alabama River real close to Prattville, maybe. Could end up over in Millbrook, Deatsville. Y'all need to be watching that storm down there in Lowndes County coming your way. And then moving on up the line, extreme northern Autauga, southern Chilton County, right there on I-65, close to the Enterprise community. You've got a heavy cell crossing over I-65. And then as we move north, the next heaviest is going to be just north of Childersburg, where that heavy rain continues there in Talladega County. But really, folks, I'm just not seeing anything severe at all. I'm a little surprised that they're holding on to this tornado watch. I think this is going to be a course of least regret is what they're doing here, because we have not had any severe weather here in at least 2 hours, other than the heavy rainfall. So it would not surprise me. It would not surprise me if they canceled this tornado watch early, even before the line of storms makes it through your community. We'll see. Just take Atlanta on that one. Yeah, we're finally beginning to get some heavier showers in the Randolph County area now, from Roanoke back up 431, especially to the west of 431. That's good to hear, Karen, because East New Orleans is where that tornado was. So I'm glad to hear your family is safe. That's good. Well, Shirley, where are you? I don't know exactly where you live. So give me the name of the town where your mobile home is. So you did the right thing, I'm assuming. You evacuated your mobile home because you went under a tornado watch. And kudos to you, Miss Shirley. That is exactly what you need to do. Let me know the town you live in, and I'll tell you what I think about it. Roanoke. No, I would not do that just yet, because you're still under a tornado watch. I think the tornado threat is minimal, and I think that's a stretch. But it's not zero. And if you want to take the course of least regret here, then I would hold off until the tornado watch is either canceled or expires, one of the two. because, even though the tornado threat is low, there is a lot of wind in the area. And all it would take is for a tree to get blown down across your mobile home to cause you a problem. So I would wait. You're absolutely welcome. And I'm very, very happy to see that you took the advice and did the right thing. I know it's an inconvenience, and I know you've probably heard me say this. I've lived in mobile homes multiple times in my life, and they're beautiful. They're fantastic. I love living in a mobile home. But it's just a fact that a mobile home is no match for severe weather. It's just not. And if you want to be safe, you got to have a plan to get out of it. And the best idea is to do it when a tornado watch is issued instead of waiting, unless you're going to go right across the street. And if that's the case, then you wouldn't necessarily have to do it as soon as a watch is issued. But in most cases, that's the best thing to do. Seneca, South Carolina. Over here in my neck of the woods. I think there is a chance that East Georgia, Western Upstate South Carolina, maybe we'll see an uptick in these storms because, it's going to be coming through there about the time the sun comes up, and we'll start to get a little heating of the day going. I don't think it's going to be a red letter severe day in Seneca. But I think there is a chance that you maybe will see a little more than what we're seeing right now. I can get Seneca to, there it is. You got light rain right now. The heaviest rain is still way back near Dahlonega. So you got a ways to go before it gets in there. And I think you'll still have storms in the area as the sun comes up. And that may help fire these things up a little bit. So I wouldn't be alarmed if I was up in Seneca, but I would pay attention to the weather. Boy, we've just got a large area of heavy rain here in northwest Georgia now. And I live, I go back, you see where it says Dahlonega? I live right there under the E in southwest White County. So I've got heavy rain knocking on my door up here. All this stuff is moving to the northeast, so it's going to be a rainy night in Georgia. You're welcome, Eric. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. You stay safe, too. we're not even getting, really, we're not getting much, we're not getting much in the way of lightning output anymore either. That tells me that the rain rates are coming down as well. We're not getting as heavy a rainfall as we once were. All right, so the National Weather Service is now canceling the tornado watch for Chilton and Dallas, and they are continuing the tornado watch for Autauga, Barber, Bullock, Chambers, Clay, Coosa, Elmore, Lee, Lowndes, Macon, Montgomery, Pike, Randolph, Russell, Talladega, and Tallapoosa until 6 a.m. So Chilton and Dallas have now been removed from the tornado watch. So you folks over here in Peach Country, over in Chilton County, Alabama, right down here where it says Clanton, you guys can go to bed. You're good. And then Dallas County, which is where Selma's located, has been canceled as well. Autauga County will be next, and then we probably will start to see some of our East Alabama counties released. I would expect Talladega and Coosa to be our first two that'll be released from the tornado watch, and we got to get this red stuff out of Talladega County before they're going to release Talladega. But hopefully that will happen in the next 30 minutes or so, and we can start to clear some of our East Alabama counties from this tornado watch. Again, the good news here is the trend over the last couple of 2 or 3 hours has been favorable for no severe weather, as we have not seen, we hadn't seen a warning of any kind, at least in 2 hours, and that's good. No, you shouldn't have any rain in Lynette just yet. I mean, we've got some, I'm showing maybe some sprinkles or some mist in Lynette on radar, but the line has just really stalled out off to your west. And we had a solid line of heavy rain moving your way. But just in the last couple of volume scans, it's really begun to, that line has begun to break up. So I'm not sure exactly how much rain you'll end up with in Lynette at this point, to be honest with you. The heavier rain showers are certainly up around I-20. And then we have another area here just north of Montgomery that may be lifting a little bit to the north-northeast. So that'll probably end up in Talladega and maybe western Chambers and southern Randolph. Hard rain in Woodland. It sure is. Let's take Randolph. And there it is. East Woodland, all the way back over to into Heard County. Almost to Central Hatchie, we have a band of very heavy rainfall, and that's moving off to the north. Let it loop up here, and you can kind of see it happen. And just like that, Woodland, it's gone. I mean, you got some light to moderate showers in the area, but that heavy stuff is racing off to the north. It'll be up there in Graham here at any moment. Probably moving into the Graham area now, up there around Bucktown, Pine Hill. And over here in Heard County, the north and northwest, or north and northwest sections of the county from Central Hatchie north, up there on 27, getting some pretty heavy rainfall now. So the overall consistent, widespread, heavy rainfall appears to be lifting to the north now, up there on I-20 and up into northwest Georgia. And then down here for the rest of East Alabama, we have pockets of heavy rainfall, but not nearly the concentrated large area of heavy rain that we've been watching back over Talladega and western Clay for the last several hours. So that's good news for East Alabama as far as flooding is concerned. We're also not seeing any indications of severe weather across East Alabama or West Georgia, so that's good news too. So for a lot of you across East Alabama, we're talking primarily talking Randolph, Tallapoosa, especially the eastern half of Tallapoosa, Chambers, and Lee, and then all of our West Georgia counties. This event may be winding down fairly quick now, even though we're still under a tornado watch, and that stays in place until 6 a.m. this morning or until they cancel it, whichever comes first. Still got to pay attention to these individual cells that are popping up here, like that one complex right there just northwest of Montgomery up there in Elmore County. Then we've got an individual cell to the northeast of Chilton County. I don't see any of these going severe, but when they get out there singular like that, that's when you really need to keep one eye on them just in case. And so far, they were behaving just fine. But until that kind of stuff subsides, they're not going to let this tornado watch go, most likely. Yeah, JD, it looks like we're beginning to get a little push from the south. And so we've got something has kicked that line in the butt, maybe, and got it to move in a little bit because it just parked right on top of Talladega County. The rain rates out of the total rainfall out of Talladega and western Clay is just going to be impressive once this is over with. But it does appear now that finally it's beginning to get a little movement to it. And I think this stuff down here, and we can't see it because I've got it on the Birmingham, or actually I've got it on, what have I got it on? I've got it on Atlanta radar, so you can't really see it down here. But well, you can see it where the lightning is. There's a tremendous amount of convection out here in the Gulf of Mexico. And I think what's happening now, we're beginning to cut off that tropical moisture from the storms on the north end of this complex, because we're seeing this stuff intensify down here in the Gulf of Mexico. That's cutting off that flow. So I think that's why we're beginning to see this stuff move on off to the north now, and we're not seeing redevelopment to the south like we have been seeing all morning or all night and into the morning hours. So we're not getting that training effect. And these individual cells here are just kind of developed into a broken line of showers. And again, there's just not much lightning output with this right now either. I mean, we're looking at the entire state, almost the entire state of Alabama, northwest Georgia, and I see 9 lightning strikes in the last 3 minutes, and that's down there at Montgomery. Earlier, we were into the 300 to 500 lightning strikes within 3 minutes statewide. Now we're down to 10. So that'll tell you how much this stuff has calmed down. They're telling us that the Coosa County storm's getting frisky again. That's going to be this stuff right here. I don't see it. Let me look at a couple of things. Certainly don't see it there. That's a lot of garbage. All right, let's take it back to Birmingham. See if I can pick up on what they're talking about here, because so far I hadn't seen it. I would say the Autauga County storm's getting frisky, but I don't see, unless they're talking about that piece right there. This may be what they're talking about right here. They have not given us any particulars on it yet. Birmingham just made a comment that the Coosa storm was getting frisky. So let's see. That's the only thing I see right there. Right there. And that would be some rotation northwest of Hyssop, southwest of Goodwater, southwest of Stewartville. We may have a little uptick taking place right there. And yes, this will go north of Alexander City. This will move in the general direction of Goodwater, Stewartville. This would end up going into southwest Clay. We just got a new volume scan, so let me... Well, let me do something different here. Let's do it like that. All right, so this storm should move in this general direction, and we are beginning to see, I think I see what the Weather Service is talking about right there. Right in this area here. We are beginning to see an uptick. We've got the inflow notch. We've got, let's see here. Yeah, it's not overly impressive. 15 mile per hour incoming. 11.4 outgoing. I mean, we've got a little rotation setting up right here, but it's certainly not impressive yet. But what they're doing now is they're watching for thresholds. They're watching to see with each scan if this is increasing in intensity or what it's going to do. And I'm watching the chat room, and at 3:06, they made the comment, Coosa getting frisky, and they have not given us anything else since then. So we're just going to kind of watch this together and see if we get any indication of re-intensification here. I mean, it doesn't look that good on the reflectivity to me. But then if you go back to the base velocity, oh, I don't even see it now. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, I do. Right there. So this area. I mean, that just doesn't look very impressive to me. But if you're down here around between Weguffka and Hanover, and then back up towards Stewartville, back over to Goodwater, yeah, let's pay attention to this. Let's see what happens over the next few scans. It's still there. Well, how about that? So here's a local storm report from the National Weather Service office at Birmingham for Talladega County. Reported from numerous fire departments in Talladega County at 1:50 a.m. Numerous roads reported to be underwater and impassable. That is in Talladega County. I am not at all surprised. And it's still raining in Talladega County over on the eastern side. Same areas it's been raining the whole time. Comes a new sweep. Yeah. I'm not overly impressed with that stuff in Coosa County. I don't even have any hail markers with it because you don't always have to have that. I'm not getting any indication of hail. I think we have lost. That's what's left of what little bit of rotation we may have had. And it has crossed over 231 now north of Hanover. But that is a very weak looking signature of rotation right there. I wouldn't be all that concerned about that. Now what we'll do is watch to see if there's an uptick with this as it moves on off to the northeast. But it tried anyway. Well, it's very heavy rain, JD, but we had a little rotation in it about 5 minutes ago. I don't see it that much now. But that portion of the storm would be well north of Alexander City anyway. But see, we've got, I think, Talladega, with the exception of extreme northeast and extreme eastern Talladega. You see the red in Talladega, you still have a risk of severe weather there. But everybody else in Talladega County, you're in the clear. Sylacauga, Or Childersburg, you're definitely in the clear. Sylacauga proper and West Sylacauga is in the clear. I'd be on my P's and Q's if I'm down there in extreme southeastern Talladega County for a few more minutes. And then right up the county line, right up the stair step, which is where we've had all the heavy rain over the last couple, 2-3 hours, there's still a risk there. City of Talladega, you're in the clear. And as soon as this line moves through your location, you can go to bed. If it ever moves through your location, it's just been parked there for hours. Alexander City. Let's see. Let me put this in motion. Your stuff's coming. Yeah, I don't know, Alexander City. It's not going to be in the next few minutes. And the reason being, this stuff blowing up down here in Prattville, down here in Talga County, is going to move in your general direction. And I got to tell you, the motion on all this has just gotten willy-nilly on us here in the last couple of hours. If I was going to bet the farm, I would have said that this stuff would probably have cleared out of here by now. But we threw the brakes on when we got over here in eastern Talladega County and western Coosa. And now we have convection coming up from the north, and the backside of this thing is just not advancing east very quick at all. I mean, I think you still have a threat in Alexander City at least for another hour, maybe another 2 hours. Yeah. Yes, Jeff, I am very tired. I had a big training exercise today. I didn't get much sleep last night. Had a big training exercise Tuesday, and I've been going all night with this. So, yeah, I'm just about out of gasoline, and I can't afford to put more in the tank. Columbus, Georgia. Yeah, I mean, this line's eventually going to come through Columbus, but I would say probably after sunrise for Columbus, as slow as this stuff's moving now, because the leading edge of the line is still back over Montgomery, and that's the piece that would come over Columbus later on. So, yeah, Columbus you got some light rain down there, but it's going to be a minute before you get cleared of all this. Yes, sir. It's WSV3. It certainly is. Okay, so now Birmingham's telling us they were watching the storm down in Autauga County too. But it is lacking several components that you would need to pull the trigger on any kind of warning. So they have not done that so far, though they're still keeping an eye on that storm. That would be right down here just north of Montgomery where you see the lightning flashes. So that'll move on over into northern Elmore and should end up in southeastern Coosa, southwestern Tallapoosa. That may end up affecting Chambers or southern Clay or southern Randolph. So now we're going to have to kind of watch this one. At the moment, it is not severe, but it is beginning to take on a few characteristics that you would want to see in a storm, including what appears to be a little inflow notch down here. I mean, it's not impressive by no means, but there is a little rotation in that storm down there. So we'll watch it and see if that if there's an uptick in that, and see what Birmingham wants to do with it. I've been using WSV3 now for probably 2 years, maybe a little bit longer. It's an amazing product. Pell City's good. Just got some very heavy rainfall. Now, it should be east of Pell City, over the Anniston-Oxford area. And then you still got some rain over here, over the lake, though. But, yeah. Just some scattered showers back off to the west of Birmingham. So there's going to be some brief heavy rainfall even back over toward Tuscaloosa. But don't see anything threatening up there around Pell City at the moment. Cool, Jeff. Send me a message offline, and if you have any questions or if there's anything I can do to help you with configuration or anything like that, I'll be more than happy to work with you on that. Where are you located? Houston County, Wiregrass, Peanut Country. You know, we call it Houston County over here in Georgia. Well, I don't, because I lived in Dothan for several years. I know it's Houston County. Yeah. It's gonna be a minute down there too. I don't know. We got showers moving into the Enterprise area now. Yeah, next 30 or 40 minutes, it should start moving into the Dothan area. But again, there's nothing severe going on down there either. We have a special weather statement for that storm northeast of Pensacola. It's going to head up toward Andalusia. So this stuff on the backside over here looks a little more interesting than what we're seeing coming into the Enterprise, Elba, Enterprise, Dadeville area now, or Daleville, I should say. Jeff is up in Nashville. Yeah, overall, I've been pleased with it, with the radar. I mean, there have been a few things here and there. But overall, it's pretty impressive stuff. Crestview, Florida. Very familiar. I had an uncle that worked for Gulf Power in Crestview for many, many years. Good to have you, Crestview. Yeah, I believe we're going to watch this storm down here around Prattville. It's beginning to look interesting. See, here's one of the things, Jeff, that irritates me about this program. It's totally displaced. I don't know why it does that, but every now and then. I have to go back to level 2 and then back to level 3 to straighten it out. That storm near Prattville is going to go north of Wetumpka. Yeah, be a close call with Eclectic. Let's see here. Got some verbiage from the Weather Service. Let's see what they're talking about. Okay, so I'm paraphrasing here. What the Weather Service is telling us in the chat room is that given the convective trends they have seen over the past hour or so, it seems as though things are calming down. He says they're mainly in hydro modes, which means that we have advanced now from a severe situation or a severe setup into more of a flooding setup, which is what I've been saying all night long. I saw that 3 or 4 hours ago. But the environment does remain supportive given any stronger storms, updrafts that may get going. So he's not completely wiping out the possibility of a quick spin up. Then he goes on to say that there's so much shear in the upper levels of the atmosphere that even some of these weaker showers are rotating. And they could spin up a quick tornado. And when I say quick, I'm talking about by the time they issue a warning, it's gone. And they've already seen that happen a couple of times tonight. And odds are these type tornadoes would not probably would not make contact with the ground and probably wouldn't do a tremendous amount of damage. So the gist of what he's saying is we're more in a flood mode now, but a quick spin-up tornado is certainly possible as we head toward daybreak this morning across East Alabama and West Georgia. And it is possible to get a quick spin-up with no warning in this particular type setup. It's just almost impossible to get those warnings out quick enough to do any good. So we go back to the reflectivity. I'm going to keep an eye on that thing down there in Prattville. But there is just hardly any lightning output in this stuff, which is another indication that it's calming down considerably. Gordon County, Georgia. there in northwest Georgia. Let's see. Let's see what northwest Georgia. Yeah, there's no tornado watch in place up there. If you're not covered by a tornado watch, yeah, I'd go to bed. I mean, you're going to have some thunder, maybe some thunder and lightning, even though I don't see any output up there right now. You're certainly going to have some heavy rain. But if you're not in the tornado watch box in Alabama, I wouldn't be concerned about it. I'd go to bed. Of course, as tired as I am right now, if I had a hurricane bearing down on me and I would probably go to bed. So, you got to keep a sense of humor here. But no, if you're not in the tornado watch in Alabama, there's really no need in staying up and watching this. And even if you're in Alabama, as long as you have a NOAA weather radio that's set up properly and you're confident it'll go off, I'd go to bed if I was in Alabama, even in the tornado watch area, because this is a low-end event here. This is not a red letter severe weather outbreak across Alabama. So as long as I know I've got a good source of weather information that's going to wake me up if something were to drastically change, I'd be comfortable with going to bed in Alabama. Yes, I've got Radar Omega on my phone. Use that. Also am using Weather Lab Radar Scope. But most of those are, well, all of those are on my phone. The only radar that we're using are our main product we use on our social media feeds is WSV3. That green box is a flash flood warning. All of this red stuff you see over in Western Clay hung out inside of that green box for hours. Stretched from Chilton County up into northwestern Coosa and then into southern and central Talladega County. And so the National Weather Service issued a flash flood warning for that area, and that's what that green polygon is. We have reports from Talladega County that numerous roads are washed away, underwater, and impassable, especially in eastern Talladega County. And that does not surprise me at all. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see rain totals approaching 6 or 7 inches over here in eastern Talladega after this storm is over with. Chance, really? You're going to build a storm shelter? My suggestion to you is to find someone that has experience in building storm shelters, and I know for a fact there's 1 or 2 folks in Randolph County or in that area anyway that know how to do that, because that's not something you just go out there and do. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I would not attempt it. Because you need to have, it needs to be built properly. There are a lot of things I will attempt to do, but that's one thing I probably wouldn't. We could have the Cecilia Comedy Hour. Could do that. Well, I'm going to hang in here until we lose this tornado watch, and I can assure you the second it goes bye-bye, I'm out of here. But we're going to watch this thing just in case. But I do need to fill the coffee cup up again, so I'm going to take a quick break. Y'all stay in here. I'm going to leave the feed up, and I'll be back at about 5 or so. We'll continue this discussion here on Dr. Don's Weather. It's 2:37 a.m. on your Wednesday morning. You're listening to and watching live severe weather long-form coverage here on Dr. Don's Weather. I'll be right back. Don't go away. Idaho, East Alabama, and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. Wee hours of the morning. On your Wednesday morning, it is 2:43 a.m. Central Time, 3:43 a.m. Eastern. And we are continuing to watch this weather event across East Alabama and West Georgia. And for those of you who are in East Alabama, I can tell you that Talladega County is pretty much in the clear now. I would feel safe going to bed if I live in Talladega County because that main line has now pushed into clay. And the heaviest part of the storm in Clay County is going to be, let's take that. Heaviest part of the storm in Clay County is going to be down here in the southwest corner, around Goodwater, and then back up into Clay County. So it stretches from southwestern Clay down into northeastern Coosa. I don't see anything alarming right there, but some very heavy rainfall. Highway 9 all the way down to 280 is just a complete washout now in Clay and extreme northeastern Coosa County. And then we have moderate rain over in Chambers County from just north of Lafayette all the way back to Daviston. Alexander City's got some light rain showers, but to your southwest, Alexander City, you have another wave of heavy rain coming your way, and that stretches from Billingsley back over to Titus, back over to Bama Park, north of Wetumpka. All of that's going to move up into southern Coosa and then probably right over Alexander City. Again, I don't see anything of any concern down there. Let's see what the Weather Service is telling us. So we're extending the flash flood warning now to include Chilton, Clay, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega until 3:45 a.m. So this flash flood warning has been extended to 3:45 a.m. And that's what that green polygon box is. That's the flash flood warning. Now, things are getting kind of ugly down here in northwest Florida. So let's go. Oh, let's take Eglin maybe. Let's see. We have a tornado warning down here. Now, this is certainly well outside of our coverage area, but I did see somebody in here from Crestview, Florida just a few moments ago. So let's talk about this a little bit. This is the only tornado warning that we have active right now. And this is that strong convection that's coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. And it's coming in right there at Fort Walton Beach. And we do have a tornado warning that's in effect. And probably will be in the Crestview area crossing over I-10 by about 3:26 a.m. this morning. It's a slow-moving storm. So about another 30 minutes or so, that storm will be up there around Crestview. Actually, it's giving us an arrival for Crestview around 3:28 this morning. Should be crossing over I-10 around 3:22. It's just north of Fort Walton Beach now. No, Josh, that particular storm cell won't make it. I mean, it may make it into South Alabama. The folks down there around Dothan might have to deal with some of this a little later on this morning. But that particular cell producing that particular tornado won't make it that far north. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. This is in Alabama. This is in effect until 3:30 this morning, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado. And let me get the verbiage of that up here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Escambia County and south central Alabama, western Covington County and south central Alabama, and northwestern Okaloosa County in northwest Florida. At 2:39, about 10 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm was located 11 miles north of Baker, or 16 miles northwest of Crestview, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard with this storm is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds as it moves into South Alabama. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning down here in extreme southern Alabama and extreme northern Florida, there north of Crestview. And then we have that tornado warning that's just north of Fort Walton Beach for that storm that's moving generally toward Crestview, maybe the eastern side of Crestview. And then we see a line of very heavy showers and thunderstorms just north of Lynn Haven that stretches all the way up to Mariana and then into Dothan. And that's it for the severe weather. We'll go back. Let's take Atlanta. I'm going to take the reflectivity off just for a second and show you the tornado outline. This is the tornado watch that's in effect in Alabama. If you live outside of that tornado watch, you're good to go to bed. But if you're inside that tornado watch, especially the further south you go, you need to remain weather aware. Anywhere south of I-85 down here in southeast Alabama, especially east of I-65 and south of I-85, all the way down into northwest Florida, you need to be weather aware throughout the remainder of the morning. If you're outside of that box there, you're good to go to bed. If you're over here on the western side of the box, I think you're pretty safe to go to bed as well. And even up here north of I-85, I just don't see this being much of a tornado threat north of 85. Though the risk is not zero because we do have thunderstorms in the area. Dothan. Hey, Josh. Yeah, that is you. You are the Dothan dude this morning. Jeff, if you're talking about changing the default colors for watches and warnings, there is a setting for that. I'll be glad to help you with it, but we probably need to do that offline. If you'll send me a message on Messenger, and I'm pretty easy to find, I'll be glad to help you out with that if you want to change them. I suggest, especially if you're doing anything up in Tennessee like I'm doing down here in Alabama, that you keep those colors uniform with what the National Weather Service uses so that it doesn't confuse folks. I don't know about the Nashville market, but down here, we have a couple of television stations that like to go out and do their own thing, and they change the colors, and then that becomes very confusing to folks. The tornado watch box we use, the Weather Service uses yellow for that. They also use yellow for severe thunderstorms. So we have television stations down here that, and I understand their thinking. They change their colors so that we don't use the same color for two different things, and they're different than the Weather Service, and so that adds more confusion to it, I think. But yeah, if you'll hit me up on Messenger, it may take me because I promise you, as soon as this tornado watch is dropped, and Don's going to bed, and then I'll get back with you pretty soon, and be glad to share ideas with you. Yeah, I think social media plays a huge part in today's weather warning. I mean, it has already been that way, I think, for several years, and I think it's only going to continue to grow. And so I'm always happy to help folks who want to get into this, um, and especially folks that want to do it the right way and try to help save lives. That's what it's all about. Unfortunately, because social media, as far as weather's concerned, is not really regulated, so anybody can jump on there and claim to be a weatherman and start throwing weather information out there. And unfortunately, with that, you get crazies that like to scare people half to death, and they throw wild stuff out there just to see how many clicks they can get. So they're doing it for the wrong reason. Unfortunately, we have those fear mongers, I call them. Um, but anytime I run across somebody that likes to do it the right way and try to do it respectfully, I'm more than happy to help you with it. We got some moderate rain falling now in Roanoke, Randolph County, northern Chambers County. A thin line of very heavy rainfall extending from northern Cleburne, the Cherokee Cleburne County line actually extends on up into Cherokee County also. But that line runs back down and crosses I 20 right there just east of Heflin. That's a pretty intense but narrow band of very heavy rainfall moving right out I 20. And again, for the most part, Talladega County is in the clear. City of Talladega certainly is in the clear. I mean, we've got some rain still lingering right there along the Clay County, Talladega County line. But if you're in Talladega County, you're clear to go to bed. Heavy rain now near Ashland, stretching back up to around Lineville. Also some heavy rain up in Delta. And then in Randolph County, the northwestern corner of Randolph has some very heavy rainfall. North end of Lake Wedowee. Light rainfall for the most part in Wedowee. That's going to change here in the next few minutes. The rainfall is going to increase there across Wedowee and Lake Wedowee. And then down in the southern sections of Randolph County from Wadley all the way back to Roanoke. Wet ride this morning out there on Highway 22. And that will extend on into northern Chambers down to around 5 Points, Lafayette. And then back into Troup County from about Lee's Crossing back out 109 and then back up to the northwest up into southwestern Heard County. Franklin just has light rain at the moment, but that again will change as well. And then a couple of pockets of heavier showers north of Central Hatchie, west of Whitesburg, and up there around Carrollton. Oh, if you have to travel to Atlanta this morning, you might not want to. I mean, Atlanta's a mess on a beautiful sunny day, and so we have this heavier rain moving into Atlanta Metro As we get rush hour underway this morning, it's going to be a mess. I'm not sure that I-85 ever completely um, got back to normal from yesterday afternoon's fiasco north of Spaghetti Junction with the Greyhound bus that was held hostage by a gunman. They had both 85 closed in both directions up there, and they just messed up the entire city. And now we've got rain moving in this morning, so travel in Atlanta is not going to be pretty this morning. Things should be pretty good in Birmingham now, so if you've got to go that way, I think I saw somebody earlier mention that they had a doctor's appointment or something in Birmingham this morning. That should not be a bad drive. Um, Once you get up here to I-20 and head west back toward Birmingham, you'll be out of the rain. Yeah, Jeff, I agree with you on the Tuscaloosa tornado in 2011. Um, you have a handful of events in your lifetime that you'll never, ever, ever, ever forget. And I remember every single detail about that day. I actually still lived in East Alabama when that happened. Oh, really? My alarm decides to go off? Dude, I haven't been to bed. Why are you going off? We'll stop that right quick. So, yeah, I remember the 2011 tornado outbreak very vividly. I had a niece going to school at Tuscaloosa when that happened. We spent the night at the Royal Oak Fire Department that night. It was a long, horrible night. Yeah, it looks like we've got a tornado warning that's popped up on that Andalusia storm down there. That was a severe thunderstorm warned storm with a possible tornado. Now they've upgraded to a tornado warning. And I'll give you the text of this right quick since we don't have anything going on anywhere else. This is a tornado warning for western Covington County and south central Alabama until 3:45 a.m. this morning. At 2:55, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 13 miles northwest of Laurel Hill or 16 miles southwest of Andalusia, moving to the north at around 40 miles per hour. Hazard with this storm is going to be a tornado. It is radar indicated down there in South Alabama this morning. So yes, we have one tornado warning active in the state of Alabama at this hour. And then we still have that tornado warning down here just north of Fort Walton that I think is probably going to cross I-10 to the southeast of Crestview. I'm not sure it involves the city of Crestview. I think it'll be a little bit further off to the east. JD, at the moment, yeah, that looks like all you're going to see in Alexander City is heavy rain, even though you're still under a tornado watch officially. Um, and a quick spin up tornado is it's not likely, but the chances are not zero either. But this we're not going to see a severe weather outbreak across anywhere across East Alabama or West Georgia, but we cannot completely rule out a quick spin up tornado. That's why the tornado watch remains in effect. But for the moment, all we're looking at across Alexander City is going to be heavy rainfall, and you got it going on right now. Pat, you know, the heavy rain continues, and then as soon as the backside of this line moves through your area, the severe weather threat completely diminishes. There's not a huge severe weather threat now, anyway, but as the line moves through, then you'll go clear. But it's a very slow moving system, so we're looking at, what is it, 304 Central. Yeah, I think it's going to be every bit of 6 a.m. before we get the backside of this through East Alabama. Um, this weather system is a very slow moving system. Yeah, Montgomery. Let me switch back to Birmingham. Hang on a second. Montgomery's still covered by the tornado watch, but got some heavy rain just south of downtown Montgomery, on down toward Fort Deposit. I don't see anything severe down there for now. And the backside of the severe threat is quickly approaching Montgomery. As a matter of fact, other than that one storm just north of Prattville, most of Watauga County is in the clear now. So, yeah, another hour, I think Montgomery's completely out of it. You're welcome, Pat. It's going to take at least another hour, if not another hour and a half, before Alexander City's in the clear. So let me update that scroll there that's running on the screen. So your screen is going to go black there for just a second. And even after we get this main line through here, we could have scattered showers through 7, 8, or 9 a.m. this morning. So the rain, there's a chance the rain will not completely come to an end until mid morning. But I'm talking about the severe threat should be over as soon as the backside of that main line moves through the area. I've got to go back and edit that right quick. Okay. Let's go down here and check on the tornado warnings right quick. Um, should be in the Andalusia area around 3:20 this morning. And then Brantley by 3:55 a.m. if it holds together. And then the one down here in Florida, Paxton by 3:57, Florella by 3:58, and Lockhart by 3:59. That's Mobile. All right, so the Weather Service has just canceled the wind advisory for all of East Alabama. So there's more good. That's another good sign that things are getting better. And the new mesoscale discussion just came out as well. And the highest threat for severe weather, the highest threat for severe weather for the remainder of the morning is going to be down here in southeast Alabama. The area where we have the tornado warning now, all the way back over toward Dothan. That's going to be the area where we would expect to see the highest risk for severe weather through the morning hours as this system moves through. And the National Weather Service at Mobile has replaced the tornado warning for Okaloosa County with a severe thunderstorm warning. So that storm in Florida there that was threatening Crestview has weakened somewhat. The tornado warning for Covington County in South Alabama continues. And they're telling us that that circulation will likely be in Andalusia along US 29 within the next 5 minutes or so. So if you know someone who lives in Andalusia, call them, wake them up. Don't be bashful about it because you could be saving their life. If you know anyone who lives in Andalusia this morning, go ahead and call them right now. Wake them up. Make sure they know that they should be in the process of evacuating to their safe place in their home or place of business. Because this is a dangerous storm that is most likely producing a tornado. and it should be in the Andalusia area here in the next 5 minutes or so. And that, again, is going to be this storm right here. Let's go back. Let's see. See if we can see it off of. Yeah. Let's look at the reflectivity on it. I'm sorry, the velocity. Yeah, right there. That's your tornado down there in Andalusia right there. You got about 60 mile, excuse me, 60 mile per hour outgoing and around 30 inbound. So that's a decent signature there. Have not seen any ground truth reports of the tornado actually on the ground, but all indications are pretty good on that one. So I would take that very seriously. If you know anybody that lives down there, call them and wake them up and tell them they need to be in their safe place. If you know anyone who lives in Brantley, I would go ahead and call them as well because they're going to be next in line. Brantley and Luverne both down there on 331 are both in the path of this storm. Yes, it is still raining in White County, and it is going to continue to rain in White County for quite some time. Yeah, the Mariana stuff. Let's see. Um, it's moving north northeast, so yeah, some of that will make it up into Dothan, but that's not really that severe. What you need to be paying attention to, really, I mean, this could go severe that's coming up from Mariana, but what you really need to be watching is this stuff off to your west, especially this storm down here near Niceville. That could easily end up in the Dothan area. All right, folks, we got to make some decisions here because I have a few other responsibilities I've got to take care of. One of them being the radio weather. I have to get that out here in just a few minutes to the radio stations across central Alabama that take our weather. Uh, and so I think what I'm going to do, Roanoke is not completely in the clear. You're still inside that yellow polygon, so you still have a tornado watch officially in effect until 6 a.m. The good news is we haven't seen any warnings up here at all in the last 2 to 3 hours. So it's my opinion that the severe weather threat for Roanoke, Randolph County, all of East Alabama, and West Georgia has certainly lessened significantly over the last couple of 2 or 3 hours, but it's not zero. So I can't tell you that yes, you're in the all clear until we get all threats out of here, and that hasn't happened yet. But I think what I'm going to do coming up here in the next 5 or 10 minutes is probably take the stream down. I'm still going to be in the Weather Center. I'm still going to be working on weather, and in the event that we were to see an uptick in some of this stuff, I'll come right back live. Probably would be a good idea to do that anyway, to get the attention of those who have already dropped off in the event that we had to come back because of some type of warning. That's one of the dangers of staying on with long-form coverage. When you join me and then you drop off, then you're not going to get the notification that I've gone live if I'm already live and you're not with me if something happens. You follow what I'm saying? So it would probably be a good idea anyway, since we don't have anything severe going on right now, to probably take the feed down, and then if something severe were to happen, then I'd come back and everybody would get the push notification that we're live with severe weather. So I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to ride this probably until about 3:25, so that'll be about 5 more minutes. And then we're going to shut things down, and unless there is a warning issued, and then I'll come back with full coverage. I'm not going to bed. I promise you I will not go to bed until this tornado watch is done. Not going to do that. But I do need to work on a couple of other products that I have to get out every morning, and I obviously can't do that if I'm live streaming. Now, if we actually had warnings ongoing, then those other duties would just have to hold on a minute until we could get through with it. But we don't have it. We don't have any severe weather, so that's what we're planning on doing. Let's see. News 4 finally, WTVY finally decided to go live down there in Dothan. Thank you, Gene. I appreciate that. And again, I am going to take the feed down, but I'm still watching it, and I promise you, I'll come right back if anything is issued. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, Pat Smith. Thank you, Alexis. Again, the biggest threat we have at the moment is very heavy rainfall. And we still see that heavy rain occurring over northeastern Coosa, over northwestern Tallapoosa, northern Clay getting some heavy rain. Ranburne there in southern Cleburne County, some heavy rainfall. Moderate rainfall up 87 there in Randolph County. Thank you, Hazel. I appreciate your kind words. Here's a statement from Mobile. Herbert Field is, let's see here, reports tornado. They're just confirming it with their radar at Herbert Field. Heavy rainfall has resulted in rapid runoff over Fort Walton Beach and will likely result in flash flooding soon. A warning has been issued. This threat will eventually move east towards Destin. So yeah, I was looking to see if they had any kind of updates on the tornado, but they don't. Okay, folks, we have been at it now for 6 hours and 3 minutes. It has been real and it has been fun. And here's the game plan. We still have a tornado watch that's in effect for East Alabama. And that will remain in effect until 6 a.m. this morning. We do still have thunderstorm convection in the area. The National Weather Service just canceled the tornado watch for Autauga, Lowndes, and Talladega. So Talladega County, you are now officially in the clear. I've been telling you for the last 30 minutes you were in the clear, but now it's official. Talladega County is in the clear. The tornado watch does continue for Randolph, Clay, Coosa, Tallapoosa, Chambers, and Lee counties of the Dr. Don coverage area. Does not cover any of our Georgia counties, and I don't anticipate that it will be moved further to the east to encompass our West Georgia counties. So I'm still in the Weather Center. I'm going to continue to watch this, and if anything were to change, if they were to add any warnings whatsoever in our coverage area, I'll be right back with you this morning on Dr. Don's weather. Probably not going to have a primetime forecast this morning. I'll have to think that one through. I can tell you that once this line moves through here this morning, we're going to have pretty nice weather today, though it's going to be breezy, and we could have a shower or two all the way through mid-morning. Then it'll be breezy this afternoon, and then we should have gorgeous weather for the remainder of this week, even through the weekend. Before I jump out of here, let me look at something right quick. You know, I can't say goodbye. I just can't do it. I want to look and see. Yes, we actually have a chance of frost on Sunday morning. So if you have already bitten on that temptation to plant those tomato plants, you do not want frost on your tomato plants, and we may have some frost across the area early Sunday morning, Saturday night into Sunday morning. So make sure you protect your plants if you put them out. But as far as the weather goes, there's no chance of rain through next Tuesday. So showers through maybe mid-morning to this morning. And then we go to 73 for your daytime high today. So it's going to be a pretty nice afternoon. Then tonight, partly cloudy down to 43. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 64, a little cooler. And then on Friday, mostly sunny, 62 for the weekend. Saturday, sunny, 63. Sunday, like I said, areas of frost before 8 a.m., otherwise sunny, 63. And we get back into the mid-70s by Monday. And we approach 80 degrees out there by next Tuesday. So no mention of rain in the short-range forecast. So after we get this out of here this morning, back to some pretty nice weather for at least 5 or 6 days across the area of East Alabama and West Georgia. Y'all have a fantastic remainder of your Wednesday morning. Again, I'm watching this. If something were to change, I'll be right back with you. Thank you for riding this with me all night, and thank goodness, at least so far, we didn't have any major severe weather woes across East Alabama and West Georgia. As always, if you would like to support us here at Dr. Don's Weather, there is the link. All you have to do is click on it, go to our website. There's a donation button there on the upper right-hand corner of our website. It's through PayPal. You do not have to have a PayPal account to do it. It is quick, it's fast, it's secure, and we appreciate anything you can do to support us as we continue to bring you severe weather coverage across East Alabama and West Georgia. Good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I'll see you back in here real soon for more severe weather coverage, because we're just now getting started with severe weather season, and I'll have your primetime forecast coming up on Dr. Don's Weather. Y'all have a fantastic Wednesday. Bye now.